Yo, yo, good morning. That must be Wendy or P. I didn't even see who is here. Wendy, good morning. Gotta be Wendy or P. How you doing this morning? I wrote a new song last night. I I need to place an order. All right, and place an order, and we're good to go. Okay, microwave. So I just got some Wedding Crasher, and Yellow Brick Road. See what these gonna do. They don't open until 9, but it's all good. My order is in. I gotta eat some breakfast, yo. I'm hungry as hell. First thing. I ain't gonna lie. First thing. Normally I don't be eating this early, but yo, I woke up hungry as a bitch this morning. I gotta get me something to eat. You gonna eat some more leftover Thanksgiving? Hey, eat some more leftover Thanksgiving. No, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I love my job. I really do. This is the only job I've ever enjoyed working. The only employment I've ever enjoyed. But I enjoy painting even more than that. I would always rather be home painting. Fuck work. Ow. 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 That's gonna leave a bruise. Fuck. I love my job, but if I ain't had to do it, I wouldn't. I ain't gonna lie. I probably would volunteer. Like what I do now, I would do that shit for free. I'll do it for free, but not all the time. Not every day. But like the prison part and the STEM program, like if I was well off and I didn't have to work and I could just volunteer my hours to stuff, I would volunteer where I work at. I would absolutely love that shit. Like I would do what I do for free if I could, but I can't. And that's why normally on our volunteer days, we always have tons of volunteers at our place, yo. And when we get interns from the universities, like the interns love it there. It's not a bad place to work. It's not. It's not. It's not a bad place to work. Um, since I've been there, I've seen 3 interns become employees. They come there and do their internship. They're like, yeah, I like it. I like it. I just rather work here. I don't want to look for a job anywhere else. I need to do something to my hair today. It's starting to look like a bird nest. That's all good though. Well, I might do it tomorrow. I don't plan on leaving the house today. Unless I gotta go pick up my order. And I might need to go grocery shopping today. I really been putting that off. Ow, 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 fuck. Ha, 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 ha. God damn it. So yeah, I was super bored last night. Um, when I get bored, I just write music, and it's like the border I am, the easier it is for me to write a song. I wrote a little love song in like I ain't gonna lie, yo. I can write some of these songs in like an hour, and I really impressed myself. But I wrote a song last night in about an hour, but it's a song like a singy song. But my homie, I said my homie been sending me them beats, and he sent me that EDM beat. Why is there so much of this shit? What is all of this? Cheesy. Mm. My bad, bro. I'm trying to close out some of these files. I got a fucking 1,000 files open. Oh, this is annoying as shit. But there's literally hundreds of these little. My thing is telling me to close out this stuff so I can free up space on my hard drive. This is literally stupid. Hmm? I don't even know what most of this stuff is on Facebook. Not today, but tomorrow. I may get on Midjourney. It's been a couple weeks now. I haven't even touched Midjourney one time since I've been off work this for this whole week. That's crazy. But I think tomorrow, I'm gonna have to play around with Midjourney a little bit. So cheesy. All right, so my new song. Y'all ready for my new song? I just wrote this last night. Why is my speaker's not on? No. Now I'm connected. All right. New song. Here we go. You love me, baby. Told me that you love me. Love me. Told me that you love me, baby. Told me that you love me. Love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma bonding, trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't grow this way. We can't grow this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I want a single face. When we argue and we fight, yelling, screaming through the night, I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, cause I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your law, so I must endure. Having a tail as my twin. I'm a king and you're my queen. We're gonna ride it till the end. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me. Love me. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me. Love me. When we argue and we fall, yelling, screaming till the night, I cannot control my pride. She said she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me. Love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. That's crazy. Motherfucker been in it for 60 years. You 80 years old, man. You gonna die in this place. Oh, yeah. Oh, we did EDM, deep house, and dance hall for that one. Same lyrics, same everything. I just switched it up. I said R&B, moody, emotional, and soulful. Let's see how it sounds now.
Show me that you wanna be, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma bonding, trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can grow this way, but make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no phase. When we argue and we fight, yell and scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you wanna be, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. So I must endure having a 10 as my twin. I'm a king and you're my queen. We're gonna ride it till the end. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me.
That shit don't sound
When
bad as
we argue
R&B.
and we fight, yell and scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me.
Where are the male vocals? That version right there was fucking fire though. And just a girl talking about having a wife. Now we need a man. Damn, I was hoping to get a dude voice off the top.
Show me, love me, baby. Show me, love me. Show me. Show me that you love me, baby.
Just the website keep crashing. Thanks, Wendy.
Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Out of all the games and toxic exchange, what am I insane? Trauma, bond, and trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't go this way. We can't go this way. We can't go this way. We'll make it.
No.
Show me, love me, baby. Girl, I know this ain't no fake. When we argue, when we fight, yelling, screaming through the night. I cannot control my pride.
Yo, this website keeps crashing. I don't know if it's the website or if it's my laptop. Like I said, my laptop keeps telling me I'm running out of memory. I wanna sell these songs to somebody.
Time for all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane. Trauma, bond, and trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't grow this way. Don't make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no face. When we argue, when we fight, yelling, screaming through the night. How can
No.
show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Tired of all the names and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma, bond, and treat pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't grow this way. We can't grow this way. We can't grow this way. Don't make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no face. When we argue, when we fight, yelling, screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride.
Now, just because it's being difficult giving me a real R&B version, I want one bad now. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma bonding, trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't go this way. We can't go this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no phase. When we argue and we fight, yelling, screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And now I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. So I must endure having a 10 as my twin. I'm a king and you're my queen. We're gonna ride it till the end. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. When we argue and we fight, yelling, screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life, in my life. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not, I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Alright, that's not a bad version, but I'm not gonna thumbs up that.
Show me like it, baby, baby. Show me like it, love me, love me. Show me like it, baby, baby. Show me like it, love me, love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma bonding, trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't grow this way. We can go this way. Make no mistake, I'm in love in every way.
Thumbs down. What is that? It was like a little gnat or something crawling on me. Ain't it too cold for flying bugs? What the fuck?
me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma, burning, true pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can grow this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no phase. When we argue, when we fight, girl, I scream until the night. I cannot control my pride, she says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, cause I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And now I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. So I must endure, having a 10 is my twin. I'm a king and you're my queen. We're gonna ride it till you show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. When we argue, when we fight, yeah, let's scream until the night. I cannot control my pride, she says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, cause I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me. When we argue, when we fight, then scream into the night. I cannot control my pride, says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, cause I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me, love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma, burning, trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't go this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no phase. When we argue, when we fight, yelling, screaming till the night. I cannot control my pride, she says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. So I must endure, having a 10, that's my twin. I'm a king and you're my queen. We're gonna ride it till the end. Show me that you love me, baby, baby, baby. Show
Means to an end. Hey, I be trying, bro. I be up in here early in the morning, dog. Early in the morning, gotta get it in early.
Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma bond and trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't go this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no phase. When we argue, when we fight, yell and scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. So I must endure having a 10 as my twin. I'm a king and you're my queen. We're gonna ride it till the end. When we argue, when we fight, yell and scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. When we argue, when we fight, yell and scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane. Trauma, bond, and trade and pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't grow this way. We can't grow this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no fake. When we argue and we fight, yeah, then scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your alone. So I must endure having a 10 as my twin. I'm a king, you're my queen. We're gonna ride it till the end. Show me that you love me, baby, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. When we argue and we fight, yell and scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. When we argue and we fight, yell and scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life.
Hey. Not making some, this stuff times and sounds. Yeah, let's do that. All right, roll it one more time. I might just keep that one because we got the poppy upbeat version. We're trying to get a slowed male version. Roll it once more, see what we get. Let me check some cameras. Hey guys, I'm in here locked in the zone. Hey, must say your lyrics are always thoughtful. Okay, thank you. Like the version. Yo, morning memes, fire flames. Yep, okay. Caught up on all the comments. Yeah, we locked in on the lyrics in the paint this morning, man. Hey, we getting some painting in, man. You know what I'm saying? I wrote this last night. I was on the game with the homies, and everybody got off, and I wasn't ready to get off the game. We were losing bad as fuck. I ain't gonna lie to you. It was rough. It was rough, and we started arguing with each other. And the squad, the one homie was like, he was like, yo, fuck this shit. I'm done for the night. He was like, come on, man. You just having a bad night. He was like, yeah, I'm good, man. I'll holler at y'all later. Then he dipped. He was like, damn. So it's just the three of us. Then the other homie, I guess he had to do snuggle time with wife or something, so he bounced. Then me and the last homie, ran a few more matches than he got off. And I was like, well, shit, it's just me now. And I ain't ready to get off the game, so now what? I hate playing with fucking randoms. I tried to play a few matches with some randoms. I was like, man, this shit not working. I'm still getting my ass bust. So I just turned the game off and I just sat there for a minute like, okay, so now what? And then I threw that beat back on that my homie sent me. Kiki Benny sent me them beats, that EMD beat. Remember, I was like, what the fuck does EDM even stand for? So I was like, you know what? I really like that beat. So I just threw that shit on and then started writing. And this is what we got from that. I wish I could have did that on stream. The process of writing out. That shit came kind of quick. I just wrote it. Like, yeah. And then I actually did 2 versions without like the little second verse in there, and I was like, that seems really short. I was like, I need to write something else, and I just wrote something else. I was like, that shit sounds good. Let's roll it again. And then we got the fucking, because all of them were that really upbeat. I wanted that. That's what I was going for. That upbeat dance hall EDM sound. Because that's the type of beat that I wrote it to. But now it's like, wonder what does it sound like? Slow down, some R&B shit, and it doesn't sound bad. Doesn't sound bad as a slow R&B track. And you know what? I think I'm a lot biased, not even a little bit, because I fucking hate R&B music. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not the R&B guy. I don't like. You will not. Is there any R&B on my playlist? I don't know. There's some songs that you may categorize. It'd have to be R&B / something. You know, it's like R&B / pop or / hip hop, or I don't think I have like any straight R&B songs on my playlist. I'm not a big R&B guy. I'm just not. But this track, I think it sounds good, probably because I wrote it. I think that's the only reason I'm liking it as an R&B track is because I wrote it. I can imagine like if I heard this just on the radio, I'd be like, turn this shit the fuck off, man. I don't want to hear this shit. The fuck is this? Love me, baby. Tell me you love me. Turn that shit the fuck off, man. Fucking sappy ass motherfucking now. But then since I wrote that shit, I'm like, hey. That's a little bop. Any other time, not gonna lie, it would be trash. Straight, it'll be the whole thing from top to bottom would be. I'm like, that shit trash as fuck, nigga. Who wrote this? Why are you even playing this for my ears right now? But the simple fact that I did it. It's like, hey, everybody, come listen to this R&B shit. Sound good, don't it? You like that, right? Yeah, I know. I wrote that. Yeah, I wrote that. Shit fire, right? See? This is what all R&B should be like. All R&B is like this. Really? I had no idea. I might start listening to some. I had no idea you R&B guys was out here thugging like that. You know what I'm saying? Thugging, getting loving.
Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, but I'm not insane. Show my body training pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can go this way. We can go this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no face. When we argue and we fight, you're screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better. love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. Can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. Oh, so I must endure. Having a 10 is my twin. I'm a king, you're my queen. We're gonna ride it to the end. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Tired of all the kids with toxic exchange. Borderline insane, I'm running train pain. How can we continue to go this way? Can't grow this way, can't grow this way. I'm no mistake, I made no mistake. I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no face. When we argue, when we fight, and we're screaming to the night. I cannot control her process, and she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. When we argue and we fight, and we're screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife, but no, I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange. Borderline insane, I'm upon a trading pain. Can we continue to go this way? We can't grow this way. We can't grow this way. I'm in no mistake. I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no phrase. When we argue and we fight, girl, it's screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. So I must endure. Having a 10 is my twin. I'm a king and you my queen. We're gonna ride it to the end. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. When we argue and we fight, then it's screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me. I gotta do better, because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. Can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. Oh, Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma bonding, trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't go this way. We can't go this way. We can't go this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no phase. When we argue and we fight, yelling, screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure, allure. So show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Got me. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me. Got me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma bonding, trading pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't go this way. We can't go this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no phase. When we argue and we fight, yelling, screaming till the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Oh, show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. So I must endure having a 10 as my twin. I'm a king and you're my queen. We're gonna ride until the end. Show me that you love me, baby. Baby, show me that you love me. Love me. Oh. When we argue and we fight, yelling, screaming till the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. When we argue and we fight, yelling, screaming till the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life.
Alright, I think that's enough of rolling that for right now. I might send out a couple of these to a few people to get some feedback, which ones are the best. And do you think I can sell these songs to somebody? What do you guys think? You think I can sell this? Sell any of these songs? So is it this one here?
Yeah. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, but I'm not insane. Show my body tripping. How can we continue to go this way? We can go this way. We can go this way. But make no mistake, I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no face. When we argue and we fight, you're just screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Love me. Love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. Can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your allure. Oh, so I must endure. Having a 10 is my twin. I'm a king, you're my queen. We're gonna ride it to the end. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange. Borderline insane. I'm running trade pain. How can we continue to go this way? Can't grow this way, can't grow this way. I'm no mistake, I made no mistake. I'm in love in every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no face. When we argue, when we fight, girl, it's screaming to the night. I cannot control my pride, she says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me. When we argue and we fight, yeah, let's scream into the night. I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you.
See, I can add one of these to that other playlist. Whatever you need. This will go good on that playlist with all the other like lovey-dovey songs. Hmm. Well, I just sent it to a few people. Let me also. Oh, I almost dropped my phone in the paint. God damn. God damn. Don't do that. All right. I just sent it to a few people. See if we get some feedback on these tracks today. Which one will make it to a playlist? It is yet to be determined. Yo, these playlists filling up fucking fast as shit, boy. Playlist filling up fast as shit, dog. It's songs. I got songs everywhere. Songs everywhere about everything. Uh-oh. Feedback coming already. Ready. Feedback coming already. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Mama in the kitchen cooking it up for Thanksgiving. I'm not cooking nothing. So what you wrapping up? Wrapping up what I'm gonna take to Thanksgiving dinner. What is that? A knuckle damn sandwich for the first person. Talk about how many plates of macaroni and cheese I ate. Why did I eat 12 slices of cake? These right here. Ow, wait, Mama in the kitchen cooking it up for Thanksgiving. I'm not cooking nothing.
The memes that I get, man. What the fuck? Alright, a couple more memes somebody sent me. That's gross.
I'm changing my vote. I'm going with Kamala. But Kamala can follow a little bit more instruction than average.
Alright, that's that. Back to the paint, motherfucker.
A picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece. Casually leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece. Casually leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. Early in the morning, little bitch beside me, pussy gets devoured. Then I hit the gym for about an hour, come back home and hit the shower, meditate, make a breakfast shake, peanut butter, protein powder. Next I'm puffing potent flowers, blowing sour, medicate. Looking Japanese, Okinawa, I could be pistol packing, popping cowards, but instead I'm in the studio, painting vivid pictures of the Twin Towers, Gemini, twin shadows underground like King Bowser. Keep browsing, speak louder till you find a track that keep your speakers beat, pound and run it back. 100 cats couldn't touch my wolf pack. You celebrate, I celebrate. He sell me coke, I sell him crap. Pictures worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece. Casually leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. Pictures worth 1,000 words, and I can paint a masterpiece. Casually leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles you can sample these. Team Daddy taught me how to freestyle. I taught me how to write a rap. Keep, baby, keep me with the
getting shit-faced. In this case, it's a disgrace to pitch hate. My crew carry ratchets, comments get erased. You bitch made switchblades, cut you like a sensei. You been gay, better watch what him say. Ride a horse, say he the goat. They need a goat, say no more, don't need the smoke. The villain with the politic and train to crush the competition. Consequences get you beat into submission. If you're still conscious, hope that you can listen, pay attention. Sneak listen, not permitted. Have you missing family sticking to the graveyard attendant? Looking superstitious, sporting true religion. While I'm in the studio, cooking up a new commission. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and I could paint a masterpiece casually, leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles, you can sample these. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and I could paint a masterpiece casually, leaving casualties like a tragedy. Getting geeked at Applebee's, and actually I got a few styles, you can sample these. Sample these, sample these.
And I could paint a masterpiece. Who's next? Just let me know. Just let me know who's next. You want some? You want some? You want some?
When this shit hit the fan, y'all bitchin' plot dickin'. Uncle Ben been whipping white in the kitchen, and I write with attention, like I want vengeance. So you should pay attention, cause you don't want the business. If it's freestyle or written like sipping hot tea from Cat Williams, I'm that brilliant. Accidentally get your ass off of that bad building. Silence on the horizon, rapping like a black villain, while Kathy Hochul trying to teach computers to black children. He ain't bred like Mac Miller, S.C. really raised me. A Yankee plus a Bumpkin, yes, he really crazy. Philly 58th Street, Killerville at April 3. Just wait and see, we hold the top spot. There's no vacancy, you blatantly foul niggas flagrantly. I keep a stone face and continue to sit patiently. The alphabet agencies constantly surveillance me, basically racially hating me audaciously. Tell me who's next? Who gonna catch wreck? Put his pen to the test, make his head hit the desk. Can't request for respect, niggas gotta earn that. Killerville got some hitters, so tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next? Venom the warblade, Gambit the Black Knight. Hit you with that act right, light a L, let the fire baptize all you black spies and wise guys and drive by from the high rise. Catch you in my eyesight, make your ass a highlight, and I just might blow the whole place. You get me too hype in hindsight, you wouldn't understand, you couldn't live my high life. Try to see the view from my height, Michael Snowblind, put your beef like bovine. There ain't no cosign, triangulate the cosine, isosceles, yes, the whole nine. Machine gun, apostrophe S, just let me know who's next. Get the ref, don't need no new text. Moonwalker, niggas in some nights with some new checks. Old head with a new breath, make you lose breath trying to battle me. It's a snooze stress, 24 hours in a day, you choose to do less. Tell me who's next, who wanna catch wreck? Put his pen to the test, make his head hit the desk. Can't request for respect, niggas gotta earn that. Killerville got some hitters, so tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next?
Boy, I need to slow down, boy. Cause this music just for me. I've been there writing so much shit lately. Let me slow down. Let me slow down.
Tell me who's next? Who wanna catch wreck? Put his pen to the test, make his head hit the desk. Can't request for respect, niggas gotta earn that. Killerville got some hitters, so tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next? Who's next? Nigga, tell me who's next?
drive by and front the high rise, get you in my eyesight, make your ass a highlight, and I just might blow the whole place. You get me too hype. In hindsight, you wouldn't understand, you couldn't live my highlight. Try to see the view from my height, might go snow blind, but you beef like bovines. Make you in my eyesight, make your ass a highlight, and I just might blow the whole place. You get me too hype, blew the whole place. You get me too hype, you get me too hype. Who's next?
But you beef like bovines.
Told me that you love me, baby. Told me that you love me, love me. Told me that you love me, baby. Told me that you love me, love me. Tired of all the games and toxic exchange, borderline insane, trauma bonded, dread, pain. How can we continue to go this way? We can't grow this way. We can't grow this way. But make no mistake, I've been loving every way. When I wake up to your face, girl, I know this ain't no face. When we argue and we fight, yelling, screaming through the night, I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better, cause I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. So talented and beautiful, intelligence is mutual. How can I not be jealous when you chat with other fellas? And I'm not insecure, but I'm sure they follow your law, so I must endure. Having a tail as my twin, I'm a king and you're my queen. We're gonna ride it till the end. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. When we argue and we fall, yelling, screaming to the night, I cannot control my pride. She says she wants to be my wife. I know I gotta do better because I need her in my life. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, love me. Show me that you love me, baby. Show me that you love me, love me.
This motherfucking internet. Motherfucking internet. Motherfucking internet. Motherfucking internet.
Dog has tons of tapeworms hanging out of his butt. Dog has tons of tapeworms.
They play the song from the store. They play the song from the store. It's a song they play in the store. I hear this song in the store when I go in the store. They play this song from the store.
Why are you so worried about that?
an assassin's teapot. You can use it to pour different drinks. Look, here's a yellow drink. Here's a blue drink. And you choose the drink by covering up this hole or this hole. To show how it works, I've built a 2D transparent version. So look, if I cover this hole here, the blue liquid can't get out. If I cover this hole here, then the yellow liquid can't get out. And actually, there's a third drink I can have if I uncover both holes. Then I get a green drink. The Assassin's Teapot.
Welcome to our.
Get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big step off. Underground methods. Top notch yours.
All right. Wait a minute. Ice Cube just dropped a new song called Egomaniacs. I'm not gonna play it on here because I know that shit's probably copywritten. But hey, Ice Cube been going hard about politics lately, and the song is titled Egomaniacs. I gotta hear that shit. And it has another very political rapper on there, Killer Mike, and then Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes ain't never really been like super political, but Egomaniacs featuring Killer Mike and Busta Rhymes. Ice Cube got a new track dropped 2 days. It says 2 days ago. Already has 1.5 million views in 2 days. So I love it. I gotta check that shit out for real, man. The old heads still, yo, them niggas in their 50s still busting it up, bro. You can't hardly fuck with them. The rappers that I listen to still doing it. And they do it better than these young boys. These dudes can drop 12, 13, 14 albums, they made 500-600 songs and still got shit to talk about. And still can put the fucking bars together way better than these other young cats, man. Just my era was different, yo. My era was different. Simple as that, yo. Simple as that. Ice Cube still dropping music today. Today. At 50-something. With gray hair, everything. These young rappers right now, they not gonna be able to do it.
AECOI.com is an online store that claims to offer a variety of products. Red flags start to appear. One of the most concerning issues is the complete lack of transparency about who owns or runs the website. There's no mention of a company name, address, or any sort of background information. Also, they did not provide clear contact information like phone number, physical address, or live chat. They just have email address without even official contact page. Adding to the suspicion is some odd information about the website's registration.
Yeah. Yeah, no thank you. Y'all ain't even got a physical address?
Anybody do for black people today? That's a good question. That's what black people should be looking into, right? Democrats definitely not doing enough for black people. You can't name a policy. I'll put money on it today, right now. You can't name a policy that Democrats have done to benefit black people. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Do not miss America Fest 2024. It's happening December the 19th through the 22nd at the Phoenix Convention Center right here in my home city. Get ready to hear from top speakers, including myself, Tucker Carlson, Matt Gaetz, who I love. I met Matt Gaetz in person. That dude is just as cool as he is when you see him on the television. We got Donald Trump Jr. and many more of the nation's top speakers. You'll connect with thousands of patriots, enjoy live concerts, and develop leadership skills that will energize you to make a difference in your community. Secure a spot today. Use promo code Tatum and get 25% off general admission at ampfest.com. See y'all at America Fest. Let's go.
Is what the perfect gift for a man looks like. So my wife got me this weird new kitchen knife as a Christmas gift. God, I love her. At first glance, one of them looked like a Viking sword. I was blown away by its perfect balance and feel. And when she told me she got 2 more for free, I almost didn't believe her. Apparently she was just gonna buy one, but when they told her about the buy 2 get 2.
I feel like this is gonna ruffle some feathers and kind of give me
Oh, ruffle some feathers?
Ruffle some feathers.
Don't worry about it. You gotta tell the truth. Jesus ruffle feathers all the time.
I wanted to agree with you. It was a conversation you were having with the other dude. I feel like as black people, we do victimize ourselves a lot. I see it in our community, and I used to be one of those black people who were like, I really like almost had this hatred for white people because that's all they were showing me until I actually went out and I started to go places and I started to see interacting with white people, and I was seeing how not every white person was bad, and it was shocking me how they were so nice. And so basically I just wanted to say slavery, that is a very sensitive topic. However, my personal opinion is that we're in 2024 and it's a new time. And I'm not saying forget about it, but I just feel like we as black people shouldn't just sit around and mope about it all day. Every time I get on another social media platform, all they talk about is slavery. And I understand that is very important. It's a very sensitive topic. And I don't want to be desensitive to it, like insensitive to it, but I understand it. However, I just feel like it's more to us as a black community.
Yes.
Like in schools, all they teach us is all we are known as are the people who were oppressed. I feel like we are a very creative people. We are very fun. We play a very key role in the making of America today, in society today. And I just feel like we are more than just slavery. We are more than just the people who were killed. And we are more than just the people who were once illiterate. And a lot of people can argue about black rights, but I definitely feel like it went downhill once we decided to dwell in civil rights, because I feel like they only do what, in some sense, to an extent, they can only do what we allow. How we had schools, but we chose to mope around and cry about them not letting us into their schools. It's like we have to make it like we have to, like you said, we have to use the cards that we have and play the cards that we're dealt. Like I just feel like constantly staying stuck in this victim mindset that every white person is out to get us. I just feel like it's very.
Yeah, we agree. We agree. It's interesting because I would imagine that every single person standing here would agree with you, right? I mean, I don't know how trying to get black people exposure as being greater than just this victim mentality. How is that bad? You know, we know about the martyrs,
Yeah.
but we don't know about the successful black people that
Right.
have done so many great things in America. Like the automatic transmission in a motor vehicle today, a black man made it. The stoplight, a black man.
Yeah.
Black people have invented so many things. We don't know who invented what, but we know who the last one that got killed by a police officer.
Right.
George
Right.
Floyd
Right.
got so much coverage, which I think what happened to him was wrong.
Right.
But my God, they made a statue out of the guy.
Oh my
But they won't even talk about Ben Carson. Most people don't even know who Ben Carson. I mean, I won't say most. I hope that most people know who Ben
I
Carson
don't
is.
even know who that is.
So raise your hand if you know who Ben Carson is. Oh my God. Same. You guys don't know who Ben Carson is right here? Y'all know who Ben Carson is? He ran for president. He is one of the greatest black men to ever live. And it's crazy that we know George Floyd, but we don't
Yeah.
know Ben Carson.
Yeah.
It's, you know, Ben Carson, a neurosurgeon, he's the first person in world history to separate conjoined twins at the head. Nobody in the world has ever done that. Ben Carson was the first. He's one of the greatest men that lived. He's brilliant. He came from humble beginnings. His mama was poor. His mama couldn't read. That guy had an incredible story, and we should know him more than we know these other people.
Yeah. And I feel like,
It does, so you know who he is. Good.
yeah.
Good.
And I just feel like, you know, as a society, we should magnify black success more than we talk about black oppression. And,
Right.
you know, I feel like we as a people, I feel like there's a spiritual warfare on a human race,
Yeah.
not just black people, because we're not the only people in time who's ever been oppressed. Like,
Right.
there's other races that has been through things too. It's just that we magnify ours more and we, you know, kind of dwell in that a little more. You know, I just feel like, all in all,
You have a question in there? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I just want to say I really just want to say something because
Yeah.
I just feel like it's kind of crazy to, you know, I just feel like division is stupid.
Right, and let me tell you this. When people say, is America racist? I don't think systemically America is racist. I think that there's people that are unsuspected actors that are racist against black people, and they are our friends, our allies.
Yeah.
The Democrat Party, people do not know the history of this. I didn't. I had to learn this. They're a party of slavery. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment that was signed was unanimously supported by Republicans, not Democrats.
Right.
Democrats filibustered the Civil Rights Act. Democrats were the party of slavery. They used the KKK as the Democrat enforcement arm. And then they say the party switch and they get away with it. It's insane to me. Let me tell you this. If you love black people, what would politicians do? Not give you a handout. They'll go down and look at that school and say, why is this school failing?
Yeah.
Let's give people an adequate education so they can perform. And they don't want to do that. They want you to be ignorant. They want you to have poor schools. They want crime to be rampant in your community. They put abortion clinics on every corner. They got a liquor store on every corner. They put drugs in the community because they know people gonna sell it to each other. All of this.
You're not a child, you're a man. So stop wearing so many layers to go outside. And get the Bearskin Tactical Hoodie 4.0, the 10-pocket tactical micro fleece hoodie that blocks wind, repels rain, and regulates heat for incredible comfort wherever you are. Because the average hoodie made these days is weak, flimsy, and has one weird kangaroo pocket in the front. And listen, you're not a kangaroo, you're a man.
And what? We call them our ally.
And they just.
Let me say this one thing. If a person tells you that that white supremacy or white privilege is a thing, that person's lying to you.
Yeah.
They hate you and they want you to always feel inferior to white.
I don't think that's absolutely true. I think that most well-established institutions in America are established by white people. That's definitely like a hard fact. And I absolutely would understand anybody who is a white nationalist or a white supremacist. Like, bro, European culture and Western ideology has done amazing things for their culture and for their people. Like the building of America and the creation of America, the corporation of America And having this thing last for fucking almost 300 years, this is fucking amazing. This is a fucking amazing thing. And if anybody embraces that wholeheartedly, I don't see anything wrong with that. The supremacy part, I think there is still deep-rooted subconscious supremacy if it's not, flagrant and outright. It's just the way that society is structured. People have different senses about themselves and their place in society and their place in the world, especially in America. And American culture still allows for the idea of white supremacy. It's still there. Is it as popular and as prominent? Maybe not, but is it not there? Oh, it's definitely there. So the simple fact that these institutions are long lasting and established, the simple fact that the country was built and established and set up for land owning white men. That's how it was constructed. And that's fine, because if whoever had the power and authority, and that's how they set the shit up. Period. And I think some of those elements are still very prevalent in the structures and systems that govern, shape, organize, and run this country. Is it changing? It definitely is, because the demographics are changing. The demographics of America are rapidly changing, and so things are shifting in different directions. But I think racism still is very much alive in this country and plays a big part on local, especially smaller local scales. Unfortunately, most individuals don't have to deal with it on a daily and a regular basis. But every once in a while, man, you bump into some just a racist motherfucker. And it's like, oh, yeah. And even like I have two friends. One of my buddy who was in the stream with me the other day, he said the same thing. Like, oh, why are you voting for Trump? Because he empowers these people. And he said something that somebody. Because he's a mural artist, so he was outside painting a mural, and somebody drove by and said something. And he was like, oh yeah, fuck that, I gotta go vote. And they're like, oh man, he's emboldening and empowering the racists. I'm like, you can't blame that on him, man. That's just our culture. That's still America, man. It's still here. Like I say, we don't have to deal with it all the time in a blatant, like, in-your-face scenarios. Sometimes it does occur, and one of my other friends, a female, said this exact same thing my homie said. She was like, yo, he fucking encouraged these motherfuckers. I'm like, is he encouraging them, or do they just feel encouraged themselves? So, because it is I don't know, I think I just have a more honest opinion of America, and I could see how it would be like. I could see how I would think if I was white. I wouldn't feel sorry for motherfuckers either, yo. Especially in modern times, like most white, especially if you're not a racist white person, if you're honestly, truly just a person just trying to live your fucking life and you don't give a fuck about what anybody else does or how they live their lives. You're just a person, and they'll say, well, motherfucker, I ain't had shit to do with that shit, man. My family ain't had shit to do with that shit, bro. I ain't never owned no slaves, and I bust my ass and work and pay taxes like everybody else, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never robbed and killed and raped nobody, so why the fuck do I still have to have this goddamn burden over my head just because I'm white? You know? And my ancestors came here and conquered this fucking nation and did whatever they did to set this shit up. Like, that shit was generations and generations ago. I ain't had shit to do with that. But then at the same time, just knowing that, that the demographics in this country are rapidly changing, and some people don't like that. I don't even like the massive immigration thing. Is like, that's so weird. People, why are you just letting so many people into the country? Once again, like, laws. I thought that's a law. If I break the law, I'm going to fucking jail, man. I done been to jail before. I ain't built for jail. I don't like jail. It's a terrible place to be, you know? And so that's why I really don't want to break any laws, you know? But from my understanding, like, coming into this country illegally is breaking the law. That's why it's illegal to do it. It's not legal. But some people are like, oh, well, we can't deport everybody. Why not? Why not? Why can't you deport everybody who's not supposed to be here? Explain that. Well, because we use their labor. You're still a wage slave. Because, yeah, you use their labor because you're able to undercut American wages. Once again, instead of paying somebody $35 or $40 an hour like they should for being a roofer or heavy equipment operator, you can pay these motherfuckers pennies on the dollar as a wage slave. That ain't good neither. Well, who will pick all our strawberries? Bitch, most of farming is automated. Most of our farming is automated. You don't want to pick strawberries? You know what I'm saying? You don't want to do that? Fucking design a better strawberry picker. Tired of people not thinking. Think, motherfuckers. Think, man. Is racism and white supremacy still alive? Yes. Is everything racist and based on white supremacy? No, it's not. Can it affect you? Absolutely. Does it affect you every day on a daily basis? Most of the time it doesn't. And when you do run into those incidents, that's when you just gotta really step up and voice that shit, and not play the black card or the victim card. Just really express why you think this shit is unfucking fair. Like the people who did the little experiment, the people in California or somewhere trying to sell their house, and they got it appraised, and they felt like the appraisal was way, way, way too low. And so they talked to one of their other buddies about something, and it was like, you know what, yo, take all your black stuff out the house. Take all your pictures down, everything that looks like a black family lives there, and then let me, their white buddy, stand in when the appraiser comes. And so it was a white person pretending that it was his home to get appraised, and this shit was appraised for like $20,000 more. 20 grand, that ain't a little bit of money, yo. You know what I'm saying? Or was it was probably more than that. Like 50 grand? It was substantial. Whatever it was fucking substantial. And it was like, well, goddamn. And that was like a couple years ago, like 5-6 years ago. And it was like, yo, so this motherfucker appraiser came in here and gave a black family one price on the house, and then somebody else came and gave a white dude a way better deal on the exact same fucking property. And it's like, that's fucking weird. And that shows you that sometimes they get over on motherfuckers when they can, you know, just because you black. And it's like, that shit don't be right. But when you see the shit like that, that's when you gotta point that shit out and be like, yo, I ain't the one. And we caught you trying to treat me unfairly. Don't treat motherfuckers unfairly, yo. Alright. Coffee running through. I got a couple of text messages just now, so I'm about to run to the bathroom. Be right back.
Yeah.
There is nothing. Hold on, wait a minute. Be respectful to the young lady here. If you got a question, you can go next. Okay, just be respectful to the young lady. So, if they really was honest, they would encourage young black people to feel and believe that they're just as good as anybody else.
Right.
Not tell you that some white person somewhere is better than you.
Yeah.
I mean, white people poor too.
Yeah, yeah.
And you guys who are at this university, especially speaking of black people, what a white person on campus can do that you can't do.
Yeah.
You go to the same classes, you have the same teachers, you have the same books, you have the same 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
And many black people at this university, hopefully I'm talking to a few of them, that you will make straight A's at this school. And you will have a great education. And you will pick a major that's going to be a great investment for your future. And you're going to go on in this country and you're going to dominate.
Right.
You're going to be great. You're going to raise a family. You're going to do all those things because nobody can stop you.
Yeah.
That should be the message.
I agree.
But instead, that's not the message.
Yes, I agree with that. Just one thing, I do feel like because we're black, we do have we have a lot more challenges than, you know, but I do feel like we all do have the same opportunities like as white people, but I feel like, well, times are very different now. I mean, I feel like a lot of black people are speaking from a more like, they're speaking from a past, and it's like America has changed a lot today.
Right.
In some ways, I feel like that's not significant, but I do feel like in some areas, in some instances, black people do have a little more obstacles.
And I agree with you. And everybody has obstacles.
Yeah.
You know, we can't feel like we're just uniquely situated where we just have more issues than anybody else. Man, everybody got problems.
Yeah.
When I was a cop and I patrolled the poor white neighborhoods, they had the same issues that I remember growing up and experiencing. Just the only difference was they didn't have gangs.
Yeah.
There wasn't no gangs, but poor, ain't got no daddy, ain't got nothing to eat, on food stamps, terrible schools, getting judged at the stores. I mean, you get a guy coming in with swords on his scratching his neck, man, the store owner like, it's a crackhead, it's a meth head. And they get discriminated against too in some cases. You know, one thing that I think that people should be talking about is classism. Racism is less of an issue in America than classism. Terrible schools, getting judged at the stores. I mean, you get a guy coming in with swords on his scratching his neck, man, the store owner like, it's a crackhead, it's a meth head. And they get discriminated against too in some cases. You know,
in some cases. In some cases, yeah, not all the time though. Because most police officers are white and are sympathetic to people who look like them, period. You're just always going to be more sympathetic to people who look like you. And that's why I tell more black people, you need to be cops, man. We need more black cops, period. Because you can relate to other motherfuckers who look like you. Because even white cops, nobody's perfect. Nobody's a perfect human. And nobody's family is perfect. So I don't give a fuck who you are as a police officer and how long you've been a police officer. You probably got somebody in your family who's in jail or who's a drug addict or who's an alcoholic or who's a woman beater or who smokes weed and you know about it and all kind of shit. Because you're not perfect and everybody around you isn't fucking perfect. And so when you're on your job being a public servant and trying to keep the peace and keep law and order, when you see people who aren't necessarily a threat, they're breaking the law, but they're not causing any real harm or damage, you can be a little more sympathetic. You're like, yeah, get the fuck out of here if I lock you up. Go on, motherfucker. You know? But if it's a young black kid or something, like, come here, lock you up, bitch, and you tase them and beat them up and throw them in the car. You know? So more black people need to be cops, more black cops, more Spanish cops, so when you can police your own communities. And you know the issues that go on in your communities and the problems that we have. And so when you run across teens or young adults or grown folks who are making a bad decision at that moment, you can empathize and sympathize and be a little more lenient if it's not absolutely arrestable offense. So, because they get discriminated against too sometimes in some cases. So like I say, it's there, and even himself as an ex-police officer had to make sure he said that in there. But one of my best buddies is a police officer, and he's a fucking 6'2" dark ass Haitian motherfucker. And he says the same thing, like, he has to, and he's in New York. So when he has to patrol, like, some of the projects, he tell them motherfuckers, like, yo, guys, you're so fucking obvious right now. You're being so obvious right now. Go somewhere else. Get the fuck from here. I don't need to see you selling the fucking drugs, bro. If I come back in 30 minutes and you're out here, then I'm gonna fuck with all you guys. Cause you make it look too obvious, man. Go do something else. And he gives people a chance, you know? Cause he can empathize and he understands, like, man, drugs sell themselves, man. Drug dealers don't fucking run people down, club them over the head and inject them with shit or fucking shove it down their throat or shit like that, man. Drug dealers wait for people to approach them and willingly give them money for whatever product they have. Drugs sell themselves. Is it illegal? Yeah. Will it stop? No. Are they committing a crime? Yeah. Is it a violent crime? No. Drug addicts are coming to them to get whatever the fuck they want. You're not going to stop that shit, bro. You're not going to stop it. So instead of trying to stop it and, you know, arrest these guys, take them off the streets and, you know, add to their fucking rap sheet, give yourself hours and hours of paperwork, knowing that this shit is what it is, just like, bro, just don't make it so obvious, nigga. Y'all boys trying it now. Y'all just sitting out here like, y'all really don't give a fuck. It's not the 90s, bro. This is not the 90s.
thing that I think that people should be talking about is classism. Racism is less of an issue in America than classism. If you are Tariq Hill, you can drive I don't know how many miles per hour and play the victims. Tariq Hill's rich. He can pay a ticket like it's nothing. Yeah. You know, if you P. Diddy. Speaking of P. Diddy, how does man go this long doing all that dirt and all of a sudden he get caught, I don't know how many decades later. I mean, when you got money, you at a different level. I don't care what color you are. Right. You can afford a lawyer. So if you poor, white, black, or different, you get in trouble with the law, you get a public defender. And that same public defender suck for a black person and a white person the same. I'm not saying all of them suck, but they're not equipped like if you had to pay for a person to defend you. That's a poor thing. Rich people get away with doing stuff all the time. They get away with these white collar crimes and all this stuff because they got the money to deal with it. Here, let's. You have a question? Come on, ask your question.
No, my brother right here he was an ex. He been
Okay.
a lot longer than me.
Okay. He can switch with you if you want. Go ahead. Oh, one more.
Affordable everyday kitchen knife? I found one for him. It's the Japanese chef's knife that's winning thousands of reviews from top chefs around the world. Yes, slicing through tough ingredients with ease and having a single knife that handles everything from fish to meat makes a big difference. But
Okay.
Come on, no, we can do half and half.
I'll let him do half and half.
We can do half and half. And I'll go first. Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I want to say first is that I understand what you're trying to say, and I would like it if more Republicans would like you. However, some of the issues and some of your talking points, I feel like you're removing some context. Like even with the whole thing, you talked about Rosa Parks, how her husband owned the car and all that. That's not the point. They were doing that to protest. Even if you do have a car, there were probably plenty of black people that did.
Did you hear the part that I said that we had our own bus line?
I know, but we shouldn't have that. Because you were talking about how everyone should be together, we should all unify. But if we stay separate, if we keep having black water fountains and white water fountains, white schools and black schools, we'll never have that unity. And even with these people out here, there are gay, trans people all over the place. And then you have like your little people in the background, oh, only two genders. Like you're not gonna make unity.
We're provoking a conversation so people can come to the mic and have a conversation. That's what it is. If we don't have some issues out here for people to know where we stand or to provoke conversation, nobody's gonna come and talk. So some of those things is to provoke a conversation. Let me talk about Rosa Parks. There's a difference between natural immigration or migration between the races and forced desegregation. When you force it, you cause animosity and chaos. When you let it be a natural thing, it happens a lot more smoother. In the South, even in places where there was discrimination on the law book, not everybody discriminated against each other. There was black and white people getting together all the time. It was certain places where they held true to those structural things that Democrats put into place to cause division. I don't think that she should have forced that. I think that black people should have had their own bus line and became competitive, and then therefore they merged. Because that's the problem with our societies. We gave up a lot of our own generational wealth trying to get in the bed with a group of people that didn't really want us at the time. We had resources that we forfeited. We had education systems that we could teach our own history if we wanted to, but we forfeited that to stage this issue that wasn't as prevalent as Martin Luther King and the others made it. It wasn't as prevalent. People weren't just killing each other in the Deep South. It was only isolated situations. That's why they traveled to Birmingham. That's why they traveled to
Now that's okay. I absolutely agree with him on that. I can't even say it anymore. I really think like that shit should have been more natural occurring. And even fucking JFK said the same thing. He's like, yo, I'm not gonna fucking sign some bills that mandates desegregation. He's like, that's just weird, and I don't think we're ready for that shit. And like he said too, like you had our own buses and everything. And the young boy was like, well, how are we supposed to come together if we just keep everything separate with black water fountains and white water fountains? This is true, like, but that's the thing, like, have your own, and then still welcome people. You know, for the people who don't want you at their stuff, have your own, make your own shit. You don't want beer? That's fine. I can't drink from your water fountain. That's fine. I got my own fucking water fountain. I don't need yours. But if you get thirsty, you're more than welcome to drink from mine. I ain't gonna be an asshole like you. And that's how you naturally integrate. And I actually think like the desegregation movement was way too early, and I don't know. That's my bottom point. It was way too early. Why, instead of, like he said, building up your own infrastructure in your own ethno-economy, even though when we tried it, like it always got blown up and burnt down or some other shit, but still, keep trying. And like you said, you're trying to give your money to people who didn't even like you at that time. What does that even, what are you accomplishing, people? You want to give up your own schools and your own banks and your own bus lines just to be a part of somebody else's stuff. And it's like, once again, that shit just never made sense. Like, why would y'all do that? the lunch counter sit-in protest. We're gonna go to this white restaurant and I'm gonna sit there at their counter. Why? They don't want you there. So why are you trying to force them to have you there? Go to your own lunch counter and just go eat sandwiches with people who don't mind you coming to their restaurant and their establishment. Once again, I don't understand. I never understood all of that shit, yo. We're gonna force you to love us and respect us. Nah, you don't have to force people, man. You can earn respect. I ain't gonna force you to respect me. I just don't have to play with you. That's all. I don't gotta play with you. You can't come in this swimming pool, nigga. That's fine. I don't want to come in your swimming pool anyway if you don't want me there. But no, we're gonna protest and march, and you're gonna allow me to swim in this pool. Oh shit, man. I don't know. That's just my way of thinking. I think if we would have stayed segregated and just let it occur more naturally, I think black people would have had more ownership in this country and would have been more established and more businesses and more homes. And once again, our own school system, maybe even our own sporting system, our own banking system on a much smaller scale because we're, a very small part of the population. But still, it could have been different if we just would have stuck together by ourselves a little bit longer. Let's hold out a little bit longer, guys, and let's figure some shit out before we go try to play with everybody. Everybody not playing fair and nice like we want to play. So make sure our infrastructure is all set up. Am I gonna have to do it like that? I guess so. But those lines are gonna be way lighter gray. I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna have to do it solid black to start with. Solid black. Solid black. Solid. Alright, something like that. But yeah, a lot of people don't think about segregation that way. Everybody's like, segregation was awesome. Dr. King's movement was awesome. It's like, I don't. But okay? Let's look at the results, and then we can, do a thought experiment and hypothesize what could a alternative outcome have possibly looked like. What would that have meant for? Wait a minute. This is here, and that's there, yeah. So this is that. Okay, so this is, okay, I'm right. Shit, I thought I made it fucking up. Y'all know how easy I be fucking shit up. Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna just make all these lines kind of solid for a second. Even that one. That one? No, not that one. Those two. And this one. Oh, wait, okay. Even this. Let me just outline it a little bit. So, now I'm gonna put, see, I want to make that all the way black, but then I'm gonna be fucking that up though. Will it? I guess I'm gonna have to do more. There's so much black in this canvas. Like I say, man, I might just go ahead and fill that shit in all the way black, honestly. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what you're gonna do, ain't it? You're gonna have to. You ain't got no other choice. That's gonna be all the whole thing. And then all of that, the whole thing is gonna be, well, damn, man. That's gonna throw me off so bad, though. I ain't gonna do it solid black. I'm gonna have to make it a little gray, so I can just see the line. I'm gonna have to have some white. I always tell my models, oh yeah, just wear whatever you want to wear. I'm gonna start saying wear whatever you want to wear, except plaid or polka dots. Ain't got time for that. He's sitting here for 17 months. I'm gonna put some medium on there too. Thin it down, thin it down. Yeah, thin it down, thin it down. This section. Okay, that's good. That's good. Good. It's dark, but it's not black. You know, I can still see the difference in where I was painting before. I'm gonna have to beef that up though. I need more. I be skipping on the paint, man. Tell them no you ain't. Tell them no you ain't. Damn. Skipping on the paint. Tell them no you ain't. Tell them no you ain't. When I run errands today, I think, oh, well, I might not do it this time. I'll wait till the next pay period. I really wasn't supposed to spend, like, I wasn't supposed to have any spending money this week, but I was like, fuck that. So I went ahead and ordered that paint that I need, because I'm out of that green, that large tube of green paint. Why am I messing it up so bad? I'm out of that large tube of green paint. So I went ahead and ordered that and like 2 other items. I got me some more protein powder, and I ordered a sweater. But I need some new workout gloves. Now I was just thinking, like, when I run out, I can go grab me some workout gloves. But I forgot I already put that Amazon order in. So I'll have to wait until next time around. But my workout gloves they're tearing up really bad. I've had them for a couple of years though, so I can't even be mad at them. I think I paid like $20 for them, and I've had them for fucking 3 years, 4 years. And I go to the gym a lot. You know, at least a couple times a week. So the motherfuckers get their whole workout. You know what I'm saying? Definitely be putting them gloves through the ringer. I see some people in the gym with no gloves. I'm like, I don't see how y'all even work out like that, man. Now unless y'all just not really working out. But I be gripping them dumbbells and the bars and shit, yo. You get calluses. Do I need a smaller brush? I don't want a smaller brush, but at the same time, this doesn't have to be perfect. So there. It ain't gotta be straight. Just gotta look straight. It ain't gotta be straight. It just gotta look straight.
To create chaos, to get us to where? Where did that get Black Americans today? Are we more generationally wealthy than we were then? Is racism stopped? Is discrimination stopped? That stuff didn't do nothing. They tried to push a political agenda to benefit themselves and not really benefit Black people.
Okay, so I guess like to talk about that. It's like even with like what you're saying right now.
Can you move a little closer to the mic so you can have
Yeah, even though like what you're saying right now today, we have all races of people at the same bus, and I understand like it should have been more peaceful, but sometimes you need to put force to get what we need.
I don't disagree with you. I disagree with how it happened, but I don't disagree with you.
But it needed to happen. Even if you disagree with me, it needed to happen. Because
I think
even
it
though
naturally...
MLK was peaceful, what happened to him?
No, I think
MLK wasn't as peaceful.
No, I think that we're on the same page. MLK was not violent, like we saw in 2020 when people burning down places. That he was not violent. So MLK's approach was way different, which I respect his approach. I think that we should have desegregated. I just think that it should have been a more of a setup where black people were financially stable before we jumped over into these other people's stuff. That's the only thing. Me and you agree that we should desegregate. Me and you agree that it's great that we can all be on the campus together. We agree on that. I just think we should have let it naturally happen and get the government out of the way than for us to try to force the government to put their hand in it. The people, I don't think, would have been segregating themselves. The government mandated Jim Crow laws. That's the government is the problem. And what party initiated that? Democrats. Who still, and black people, 90-some% still vote for these same people that put in these racist laws in Jim Crow South. So, you know, go ahead. I use your question, because I could talk for 3 hours.
Yeah, just a quick thing regarding the whole like Democrat thing. I understand that, like in the past, Democrats were, you know, linked to the KKK, but really think about it now. Who's wearing these hoods now? People on the far right.
No. What do Democrats do for black people today?
You put the plug-in on the Sonic, you're 90%, 95% of the way there.
What other plugins do you know that you could put one instance on every track and already getting the balance of your mix together?
The IDX plugin has this capability of knowing exactly where to add punch and energy to my Sonic. That one knob is the only thing I typically have to use.
IDX is really good about taking a tired, maybe bland sounding element and breathing life into it. It takes those frequencies that need to pop and it makes them pop.
One plugin, no need to stack lots of different EQs and compressors.
You're resolving a lot of the issues that you would normally spend hours trying to find anyway.
All within a couple clicks of a button.
Dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with...
What does anybody do for black people?
No, you get it back. You just ask the question on the mic so we can have it on there.
What does anybody do for black people today?
That's a good question. That's what black people should be looking into, right? Democrats definitely not doing enough for black people. You can't name a policy. I'll put money on it today, right now. You can't name a policy that Democrats have done to benefit black people right now. I can tell you some that they benefit illegals.
But policies are...
LGBTQ, I could go down the list.
Policies is nothing but energy. And if we know about basic physics, energy is just a force, but forces have to be acted upon for them to move.
So let's go with the Republican Party. What did Donald Trump do when he was in office? He secured funding for HBCUs, which I think was a positive.
Yeah.
He had these zones, I can't think of the name of it right now, it's skipping my mind, opportunity zones that he initiated. The First Step Act, which I was a part, me and Candace Owens and others were lobbying Congress, even lobbying against Republicans to get this passed. My uncle got out of prison, he got 40 years fed time for selling dope, and he got out early because of the First Step Act. So these are things that affect the black community, and economic success as a country helps everybody.
But at what cost of other countries though? You gotta think about we stealing.
But
we stealing though. We gotta think about that, and then we stealing from our own ancestors and our own countries.
Well, we have a whole argument about the ancestor thing because I think that black people should be more upset with Africans than they should be white people. Because how did we get here?
Well, I'm not African.
I'm not saying you.
I'm Caribbean. You see my flag.
Well, they should be mad.
I'm Trinidadian.
You should be mad at the Africans.
I ain't mad at nobody.
Well, okay.
I don't hold grudges. That's the problem we got because we got narratives that are being pushed for us to be mad, and then we don't know where to take our anger out because first of all, we have emotional intelligence. We're not emotionally intelligent. Yeah. So there's nowhere for us to go for us to even be able to express ourselves or to even know how to express ourselves. So we take it out on each other, and that's the problem. That's where we at right now.
But see, you have the problem, and you also have the solution. It's to reverse the thing that you're saying. So how about when you're on campus, how you treat your brothers and sisters? How do you treat white people? That's gonna be
Oh,
what
folks
makes
know
a difference.
I'm a beacon of light, and I stand with God, one and only.
Then you continue to do that, and you'll be a light to other people. Everybody here on campus, the way that you make a change is you being the change yourself. The way that it's the same thing with God. I won't come here with a Bible in my hand and hit y'all over the head with it. You gotta live a lifestyle. When you live a lifestyle that people believe is good and moral, people begin to wonder, what are you doing? What are you a part of? And the same thing happens in anything else in your life. The faith, oh, she's still back. I thought I prayed her away. You still, as individuals, should look in the mirror and say, I am an individual living in America. I have all the rights that everybody else has. What am I gonna do with it? And when adversity hit, how do you respond? If a white man came to me and called me the N-word right now on this campus, what does that affect my bank account? None. How does that affect me being a father of my children? Nothing. He an idiot. You know what I'm saying? It's a test of a man. Well, that's how we should be preaching to our young men. The testament. Ain't nobody should be able to make you upset by saying the N-word to you. It's a word. Nobody can stop you from accomplishing your dreams and aspirations because you live in America. Do you believe that?
Yeah, but at the same.
Do you believe that?
But at the same time, though,
do you believe that?
If I'm moving with light,
listen, nothing I said.
If I'm moving with light, and then one person wants to have hatred, there's no you can't. You can't. I mean, if you even look at basic math, a negative and a positive equals a negative. How does that even work out?
You know how they work out? Is that you don't fool with negative people. You don't fool with people that are in darkness. You don't fool with them, no matter what color they are. Sometimes we fool with people because they are same color and they come from the same hood, and we should be fooling with them.
But when you have
they're not going where we're going.
But when you have a seed that's planted on this earth, that seed does not leave unless you kill that seed. You see what I'm saying?
You're getting too deep right now, man. We gotta.
We talking deep.
I know, but this is a longer conversation. You talking about energy. You talking about spirits.
That's what I'm on.
I know, but I wish you came earlier so we had a conversation.
I had class.
And we got how much time we got? 2 minutes. So does somebody have another specific question?
It's cool. Join me on your podcast.
Okay, for sure. Appreciate you, brother.
My name is Ryan Gore.
Ryan what?
Gore.
Do you have a social media?
No, I don't do social media. It's a distraction.
You should. Well, I would just post on social media. I wouldn't look at it. Then you work and get out there and you don't have to be distracted.
The young man was trying, but I hate people who do that shit, bro. We're trying to have a conversation on one topic, and you are constantly trying to shift the fucking topic to spirits and energy and all this, and simple math, nigga. Math says that negative and a positive. Man, we talking about politics right now. And yeah, if you want to get esoteric and metaphysic, like you can apply a lot of this in an allegorical way to that shit. But man, we speaking in hard political terms right now, nigga. We talking about Democrats, Republicans, and policies, not powers and spiritual energy.
the Shivo Cube, and let me show you what it does. The Shivo stands for Shivo.
Of making an opening statement right now. Good morning and welcome to today's historic hearing, which I'm co-chairing with Mr. Grothman, whose subcommittee held an important hearing on this topic last year. I want to thank my colleagues on the Oversight Committee, including Mr. Burchett, Mr. Burleson, Ms. Luna, Mr. Moskowitz, Mr. Garcia, for their relentless drive to get answers on UAPs. They've been steadfast in demanding transparency on the sightings reported by military pilots and armed forces. Their commitment to digging for the truth is exactly what this country needs to cut through the secrecy surrounding this issue. And many high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence communities believe UAPs demand greater attention, and thus the purpose for this hearing today. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said on Bill Maher's program that, quote, there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by the science available to us. Army Colonel Carl Nell, a member of the federal government UAP task force, said at a conference this past May that non-human intelligence exists, non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing, and there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that. But UAPs remain a controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain individuals who didn't want this hearing to happen because they feared what might be disclosed. But we stood firm. No amount of outside pressure would ever keep me from pursuing a subject to ground come hell or high water. On that score, I want to thank our witnesses for being here. We have before us a panel of individuals accomplished in the military, in civilian government, in science, and in journalism. Some of the testimony you will hear them deliver today does not reflect well on influential individuals and agencies within the U.S. federal government and perhaps some of our contractors. It's never easy to present such information publicly, so I appreciate our witnesses voluntarily agreeing to being here today. This hearing is intended to help Congress and the American people to learn the extent of the programs and activities our government has engaged in with respect to UAPs and what knowledge it has yielded. This includes, of course, any knowledge of extraterrestrial life or technology of non-human origin. If government-funded research on UAPs has not yielded any useful knowledge, we also need to know those facts. Taxpayers deserve to know how much has it been invested, how much has been spent. They shouldn't be kept in the dark to spare the Pentagon a little bit of embarrassment. The reality is, despite their enormous taxpayer-funded budgets, the transparency of the Defense Department and the intelligence community have long been abysmal. The Pentagon has failed 6 consecutive audits. In fact, it's never actually passed one. Adding to this is a runaway overclassification of documents and materials, a reluctance to declassify materials when appropriate, and at times an outright refusal to share critical information with Congress. In short, it's not a track record that instills trust. So Congress has tried in recent years to lift the veil and find out if information about UAPs is being withheld, not only from the American public, but also from their elected representatives in Congress. Part of the transparency effort was legislation created in the Pentagon, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, but the new office is struggling to get its footing. A recent statutorily required report from AARO, intended to illuminate the government's historic assessment of UAPs, was heavily criticized by those seeking UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions AARO is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. I'm disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? Why the secrecy if it's really no big deal and there's nothing there? why hide it from the American people? Because I'm not a mathematician, but I can tell you that doesn't add up. I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that Arrow report. We will also hear from the witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation and disinformation by government officials, of which they are personally aware and directly experienced.
Wait a minute, this
And
is
we will hear
crazy.
testimony
So-
today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add at the end of my closing statement is there is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today. Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document, and we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be the original document from the Pentagon about Immaculate Constellation that Michael Schellenberger delivered to Congress today. So thank you, Mr. Schellenberger, for this information. We are all reading it in real time now, and Mr. Burchett will enter it into the record. But 12 pages about this unacknowledged special access program that your government says does not exist. So with that, I would acknowledge my colleagues, Mr. Garcia. I want to say, first of all, to Mr. Connolly, who cannot be here today, the ranking member on my subcommittee on cybersecurity, I want to say that I was greatly...
Well, my thing is, I thought they just formed Arrow last year specifically to tackle the issue of transparency. So I don't know. I thought they said, hey, all right, you guys aren't telling us shit. We're gonna set up this Arrow committee. I thought they like appointed respectable people to Arrow who were gonna actually go in and deep dive. And now she's saying, oh, Arrow isn't telling us anything, and they don't even tell us their budget. I'm like, I thought that was the new branch that y'all set up, that y'all could trust the Arrow people. Guess I was wrong about that. So I don't know. So I paused on filling in her hair so much because you can see a good bit of her shirt through her hair. So I'm gonna block this in first and kind of detail her shirt before we fill in any more of her hair. I'm just gonna, if I keep doing it, I'm just have to paint over it anyway, so I don't see the point. Don't see the point if we're gonna paint over that part anyway. It won't be useful to us. So we'll leave it like that for right now. We can probably fill that in solid black maybe. So her hair does have this burgundy tint to it. It's pretty color, but it would definitely be one of the last things we do. Even her locks coming back this way, because I want to detail everything, that brick wall too, before we finish her hair out back there. So we'll leave that. Okay, we're at this square, which is another dark gray square. Dark square, dark gray square, light gray square. Light gray. Other than that, and this right here is another solid black square. Like that. Oh man, this plaid is like a puzzle. Too high? It's too high. I gotta drop it down a little bit. Hey. Right there. That should be good enough. That should be good enough, that should be good enough. Omizu, what up? Draw. Oh, I missed so many comments. My bad, guys.
To hear about the recent news of Mr. Conley's cancer diagnosis, and I want to convey to him and to all of our colleagues, we wish our very best to you and a full and speedy recovery. And with that, I would acknowledge Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. And I want to thank the Chairwoman and the Chairman both for their continued support and really treating this this discussion and these hearings in a way that's bipartisan. I think one thing that's very important for all of us that are interested in the conversation around UAPs is that this is an area that both Republicans and Democrats, where we may disagree in a lot of other spaces, this is an area where bipartisanship is really important. And in fact, I would add it's critical that we all continue to work together in a way that moves forward with the truth and important disclosure. So we're here to have a bipartisan and serious conversation, I believe, about our national security. We should always ground these conversations in facts, evidence, and the data in front of us. I want to note that we have our witnesses here. I want to thank you all for being here, and note that also amongst you have folks that also served us in our military. And I know that for many of you this has been a difficult process, but I'm very grateful to have you with us today, and we thank you for joining us. I also want to note that today's hearing builds on a quite, I think, also historic public hearing that we had many months ago that Mr. Grothman and others helped lead in this very same hearing room, where I believe we began a really important public conversation about UAPs. And so I want to thank him for that, and I especially want to thank Chairwoman Mace for her continued advocacy on this topic. I also want to start there with some facts. We know that there are objects or phenomena observed in our airspace, as your witnesses will testify, and also possibly in our oceans. In many cases, we don't know what they are, and this is, of course, why we're discussing UAPs. Now, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, has reported hundreds of UAPs that remain, quote, uncharacterized and unattributed, and which, quote, appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities and require further analysis. This is our own AARO office. Now, we shouldn't prejudge what they might be. I'm certainly not going to. We need evidence. But what we are detecting things, and we know that we don't understand them, and this is worth investigating. Now, the American people have legitimate questions, and I believe it's critical that Congress should help address them. This is about the truth and science and facts. Now, transparency and faith in our institutions is vital in a good democracy. Now, I'm proud to say this hearing will build on that important bipartisan work, and I want to thank everyone for being involved, including members of our committee. Now, in our last hearing in July, we heard testimony that a significant number of pilots of major airlines have witnessed UAPs as well, but have no real confidential way of reporting them to the government. We heard that commercial pilots who encounter UAPs may be hesitant to speak openly due to stigma or fear of retaliation. We also know that AARO has reported that, and I want to quote, that most reports still reflect a bias towards restricted military airspace, a result of reporting for military personnel and sensors present in such areas. And so the lack of ability for civilian pilots raises real safety concerns and limits our ability to understand UAPs. This is a particular piece of this conversation that I am very interested in. Now, our last hearing inspired us to introduce the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, joined by Chairman Grothman, Chairwoman Mace, and a bipartisan group of co-sponsors. I see some of our leaders from Safe Airspace for Americans Act here, and that would create a safe reporting for UAP process, which we want to continue to do. Now, members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have now taken an interest in this issue. Mainstream media, in many cases, is beginning to take more of an interest in this issue, and we should all be proud to carry that work and build confidence for the American people. I believe we can always be more transparent. To me, this hearing and others are simply about the truth and getting to the facts of what these UAPs actually are. It's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can work together to cut through misinformation and look for a serious and thoughtful way to have the discussion in public. Many of us have also called for additional public hearings to discuss UAPs. this should be a topic that continues on throughout the Congress so we can gather more information, data, and work with the relevant agencies to gather more information. Finally, just want to add that those that are here on this dais, many of us have participated also in classified briefings as well, and where we have also gained a lot of important, I think, and interesting information, at least I personally have. And so with that information, we want to continue today's hearing, and I thank all of our witnesses for being here. And with that, I'd like to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, and I'd now like to recognize Mr. Grothman for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here one more time. This is a topic I've been interested in since 8th grade. I'd like to thank Ms. Mace for working with me on this topic and for making this a joint subcommittee hearing. Last year, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs held a historic hearing to understand the potential national security risk of unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs. We heard from former Navy Commander David Fravor, who shared firsthand experience with a UAP he engaged while on duty in the Pacific. We learned from David Gresh, a former member of the intelligence community, who revealed the supposed existence of secret government programs hidden from congressional oversight. Additionally, former military pilot Ryan Graves informed us of the limited ways in which the military and commercial pilots can report UAP sightings. Since that last hearing, I've led several briefings with government agencies to deepen my understanding of these issues. First, the Department of Defense Inspector General's Office informed us that the Department of Defense does not have a streamlined process for service members to report UAP activity. Since then, the Joint Chiefs have implemented standards for UAP reporting across the services. The Intelligence Community Inspector General informed us that whistleblowers often fear retaliation for reporting mismanagement of highly sensitive government projects or information. Finally, AARO has expressed to the committee that, like any other federal government agency, it's faced challenges in its establishment, specifically in hiring staff to manage UAP historical records and coordinating with other federal agencies. While these agencies have been helpful to us in understanding the challenges that come from collecting UAP data, none of them have been able to substantiate the claims made at this hearing last year by David Grush. Despite our committee members endlessly questioning these agencies inside and outside of a SCIF. I hope our witnesses today will be able to provide evidence and content that is worthwhile to our pursuits of eliminating government waste and increasing transparency. To help alleviate some of the roadblocks, I'm supportive of measures that were included in last year's National Defense Authorization Act to increase transparency and improve record-keeping measures when it comes to UAPs. But I believe there's still more work to go. I co-led the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Ranking Member Garcia, which requires the Federal Aviation Administration to develop procedures to collect UAP data from civilian aviators. I look forward to working with members of Congress to see that this legislation and other UAP legislation crosses the finish line. I'm deeply alarmed by the reporting of the massive drone swarm that flew over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia last December. Langley is the home of the 1st Fighter Wing, which maintains half of the F-22s in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Reports of this incident indicate these drones were roughly 20 feet long, flying more than 100 miles an hour at an altitude of over 3,000 feet. Yet the origin of these drones and their operators remains a mystery. This incident and other sightings near sensitive military installations highlights the complexity of the UAP challenge facing our intelligence, defense, and homeland security committees. Whether these phenomena are the result of foreign adversaries developing advanced technologies or something else entirely, we must take them seriously, investigate them thoroughly, and assess their implications on national defense. The repeated UAP sightings around sensitive military sites underscores the need for innovative defensive strategies beyond traditional measures. They also highlight the urgent need for updated policies to address emerging threats as well as more effective interagency cooperation and intelligence sharing. However, none of this is going to be possible without transparency. For far too long, critical information about UAPs has been either classified or ignored, leaving the American public in congressmen without clarity needed to make informed decisions. Declassifying reports and fostering a more open dialogue about UAPs will not only increase the public trust, but also encourage collaboration between government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's been things that have been kept secret that is, I think, old enough that there is no reason it shouldn't be released, regardless of any so-called, private information. A transparent approach will allow us to share insights, identify patterns, and develop new strategic defenses. As we continue to investigate these phenomena, we must do so with a mindset of protecting our country, advancing scientific discovery, and upholding the trust of the American people, who right now I don't think have trust. And it's just obvious. I don't have trust. We cannot shy away from the unknown, especially when the stakes are so high. I look forward to discussing these matters with the witnesses today. I'm hopeful we can learn from the testimony and come out of this hearing with actionable ideas to advance UAP transparency. Actually, the idea is just to say, in my mind, go back 15 years and everything has to be released. I'm hopeful that we can learn from their testimony and come out of this hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Moskowitz for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone. I first want to thank the chairs and ranking members for holding the hearing today on this topic, and again, having a second hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward today to share your expertise on UAPs and the need to build trust through transparency. But first, I want to mention, you might be wondering why Chairman Comer has allowed me to be a ranking member today, but it's really only because our dear friend, Jerry Connolly, is not here. As Chairwoman Mace mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, and all of us on this committee know Jerry, and he's a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to UAP transparency. I was pleased, as I know all of us are, on the bipartisanship that existed in last year's hearing, and even though we can't talk about what happens in the classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings with the questions members have asked. Last year's hearing was a great example of open dialogue about UAPs, and we must remain committed to sharing information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and the commitment across the political spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple members of this committee, but I want to particularly thank Congressman Burchett, Mace, Luna, and Garcia for working on bipartisan pieces of legislation. In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency. In 2022, in the NDAA, we created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to investigate unidentified flying objects. Following AARO, along with ODNI, released an unclassified report on UAP sightings. Of the 366 sightings included in the report, 171 remain uncharacterized, with some of these appearing to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. That's a nice way of saying we don't want to tell you what they are. In March, AARO revealed a report on the historical record of U.S. government involvement with UAPs, which covered investigatory efforts going back from 1945 to the present day. Earlier this year, I joined Congressman Burchett to introduce the UAP Transparency Act, which would require the declassification of all documents related to UAPs with many other members of this committee. In fiscal year 2024, the NDAA required the National Archives and Records Administration to establish the Unidentified Anonymous Phenomena Records Collection. This collection will include digital copies of all unidentified UAP records that can be publicly disclosed. This commitment in transparency is vitally important, and unnecessary overclassification has led to a void of information, which has allowed theories over the decades to foster. When the American people and members of Congress ask, are reports of UAPs credible, we're met with stonewalling. We're met with responses of I can't tell you, and in fact, we're met with people not wanting us to have hearings. We're met with people not wanting us to ask you questions. In fact, many of us were told not to ask some of you certain questions on certain topics. In a time of heightened distrust of our government institutions, I believe more transparency is not only needed but is possible. And obviously we can respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents with the information and oversight that they have tasked us for. As part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members of Congress. And there are regular questions that Americans have. What are UAPs? Are they real? Are they ours? How has this technology been developed? How do they get funded? Right? And now we've seen, this has gone from a long time ago where you could discredit people because it's some guy living in a Winnebago. You're able to see people now, these are pilots, these are military, these are folks with serious backgrounds. This has changed the face of this because now we have video. People have questions. We know there are advanced technology programs. Almost 15 years ago, one of those came out of Area 51 to go after Osama bin Laden. And the only reason we know about that is because one of those helicopters was downed. Americans have questions about whistleblowers who have come forward to talk about retribution. And so I want to thank everyone for being involved today on trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan, bicameral, and as we get into a new administration, the president-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now. Every member up here has a copy of it. The first section talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation. And the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list. Maybe a FISA warrant, so come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right, so next we will introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about UAPs. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Schellenberger, founder of the newsletter Public, and author of a recent journalistic piece about special access programs, including one widely identified as Immaculate Constellation. I swear the staff wants me on a list. Okay, and our last witness today is Mr. Michael Gold, a former NASA official who is also a member of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Welcome, everyone. We are pleased to have you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. This is where it gets real. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. You guys may be seated. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button in front of you so the microphone is turned on so that everyone in the room, members included, can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I will first recognize Rear Admiral Gallaudet to please begin your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Confirmation that UAPs are real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command. At the time, my personnel were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces Command, led by a 4-star admiral who at the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on the Navy's secure network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capital letters, "Urgent Safety of Flight Issue." The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy F-A-18 aircraft participating in the exercise. The now declassified video showed an unidentified object exhibiting flight and structural characteristics unlike anything in our arsenal. The implication of the email was clear. The author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of classified technology demonstrations that could explain these objects. Because the DoD policy is to rigorously deconflict such demonstrations with live exercises, I was confident this was not the case. The very next day, that email disappeared from my account and those of the other recipients without explanation. Moreover, the commander of Fleet Forces Command and the operations officer never discussed the subject. Even during weekly meetings specifically designed to address issues affecting exercises like the one in which the Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group was participating. This lack of follow-up was very concerning to me. As the Navy's chief meteorologist at the time, I was responsible for reducing safety of flight risks. Yet it appeared to me that no one at the flag officer level was addressing the safety risks posed by UAPs. Instead, pilots were left to mitigate these threats on their own without guidance or support. I concluded that the UAP information must have been classified within a special access program managed by an intelligence agency. That is a compartmented program that even senior officials, including myself, were not read into. Last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is being withheld from senior officials and members of Congress. And just this week I learned from former DoD official Chris Mellon that satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress. Equally concerning, last year's UAP hearing also revealed that elements of the government are engaged in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Having never signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding UAPs, and now as a private citizen, I have become an advocate for greater UAP transparency from the government. The continued overclassification surrounding UAPs has not only hindered our ability to effectively address these phenomena, but has also eroded trust in our institutions. While I applaud previous bipartisan legislation passed by Congress concerning UAPs, a more comprehensive approach is needed to address the broader implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socio-economic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action, which I believe will receive bipartisan support. First, establish robust oversight of the executive branch's management of UAP information by directing key officials, beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP and does not know. Two, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act and establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's handling of UAP information. And three, strengthen the UAP Disclosure Act and future reauthorizations with provisions that mandate a whole-of-government approach to addressing UAP. In closing, I will share my personal reasons for speaking out on this topic. First, as a former science agency leader, having led the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I've always sought the truth in human knowledge and thought. Now that we know UAP are interacting with humanity, and these include unidentified submerged objects in the ocean, we should not turn a blind eye, but instead boldly face this new reality and learn from it. Additionally, at a time when leaders in government leave much to be desired, I feel obligated to show moral leadership on this issue of UAP disclosure by validating the credibility of the courageous men and women who have come out as witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. My speaking out has encouraged others to do the same, and it's my hope over time that a number of your constituents will want to know the truth and about UAP, and this number will increase to such an extent that the congressional action I've just recommended will become inevitable. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Elizondo for his opening statement.
Greetings, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to testify before you on the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly known as UFOs. On behalf of our brave men and women in uniform and across the intelligence community, as well as my fellow Americans who have awaited this day, thank you for your leadership on this important matter. Let me be clear, UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries. I believe we're in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. In my last position, I managed a special access program on behalf of the White House and the National Security Council. As such, I appreciate the need to protect certain sensitive intelligence and military information. I consider my oath to protect secrets as sacred, and I will always put the safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and stovepiping. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the aftermath of 9/11, which many of us remember all too well. I believe that America's greatness depends on three elements. A watchful Congress, B, a responsive executive branch, and C, an informed public. Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. A small cadre within our own government involved in the UAP topic has created a culture of suppression and intimidation that I've personally been victim to, along with many of my former colleagues. This includes unwarranted criminal investigations, harassment, and efforts to destroy one's credibility. Most Americans would be shocked to learn that the Pentagon's very own Public Affairs Office openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP-related inquiries from citizens and the media. This is unacceptable. Many of my former colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to both the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Many of us have subsequently been targeted by this cabal with threats to our careers, our security clearances, and even our lives. This is not hyperbole, but a genuine fact, and this is wrong. To fix these problems, I propose three principal actions. First, Congress and the President should create a single point of contact responsible for a whole-of-government approach to the UAP issue. Currently, the White House, CIA, NASA, the Pentagon, Department of Energy, and others play a role, but no one seems to be in charge, leading to unchecked power and corruption. Second, we need a national UAP strategy that will promote transparency and help restore the American public's trust at a time when the public's trust is at an all-time low. This strategy should include a whole-of-government approach, including the academic and scientific communities, the private sector, and our international partners and allies. Third, Congress should create a protected environment so whistleblowers desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. As it currently stands, these whistleblowers suffer because of stigma, a code of silence, and concerns about retaliation. These whistleblowers should be encouraged to come forward in ways that protect them against any forms of retaliation. Policies and procedures should ensure that protection, and for those who refuse to cooperate, it is up to the members of this committee and other lawmakers to wield their subpoena power against hostile witnesses and prevent additional government funding to those UAP efforts that remain hidden from congressional oversight. In closing, we as Americans have never been afraid of a challenge. In fact, we thrive on them. Whether it's eradicating polio or going to the moon, we don't run from a challenge, we take it head on. To the incoming administration and Congress, I say to you, we need immediate public transparency, and this hearing is an important step on that journey. If we approach the UAP topic in the same way as we, as Americans, have met other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. Together, we can usher in a new era of accountable government and scientific discovery. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth, and I also believe the world deserves the truth. Thank you, esteemed members of Congress, for your time today. It is profoundly appreciated by many.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent for Representatives Ogles of Tennessee and Beaupert of Colorado to be waived onto the subcommittee for today's joint subcommittee hearing for the purpose of asking questions Without objection, so ordered. I would now like to recognize Mr. Schellenberger for his introductory remarks.
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Connolly, Ranking Member Garcia, members of the subcommittees, thank you for inviting my testimony. One of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community in particular. Unfortunately, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, and that elements within the military and the IC are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. There are other explanations for UAPs than that they represent a new form of life or non-human life. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by AARO, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma. They could also be part of some new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds. Whatever UAPs are, Congress must be informed, as must the people of the United States. We have a right to know what UAPs are, no matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that AARO and the Pentagon have broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of those individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person has written a report. This is the report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP, NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. Furthermore, these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD unacknowledged special access program, or USAP. The source of that document told me, that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military family of long-standing, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem. The new UAP whistleblower claims that the U.S. military and IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared, forward-looking infrared, full-motion video, and still photography. The report that was just shared with Congress says Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent USAP that consolidates observations of UAPs by both tasked and untasked collection platforms. Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs, the whistleblower's report adds. The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capabilities, positioned in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, disks, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes various incidents found in the human intelligence databases. One involved orbs surrounding and forcing an F-22 out of its patrol area. In another incident, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere rapidly descend from a high altitude of 100 to 200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN, or aircraft carrier. And since my reporting on this Immaculate Constellation last month, another source came forward who told me that they saw a roughly 13-minute long, high-definition, full-color video of a white orb UAP coming out of the ocean approximately 20 miles off the coast of Kuwait. It was filmed from a helicopter. Then halfway through the video, the person said the orb is joined by another orb that briefly comes into the frame from the left before rapidly moving again out of the frame. The person discovered the video on SIPR, the Secure Internet Protocol Router Network, which the DoD uses to transmit classified information. A leading UAP researcher who utilizes the Freedom of Information Act to find out what the government knows, John Greenwald, told me last year that the U.S. government had been increasingly denying his request for UAP information. He has been doing FOIA requests for 27 years and has an archive of 3 million pages. The government has for decades denied any interest in UFOs, he told me, but the documents that he has assembled show that behind the scenes, it was a completely different story. Contrary to the hopes of many advocates of transparency, the government has been restricting more information since the leak of 3 UAP videos in 2017. The DoD organization AARO has been labeling many documents with a B7 exemption, which Greenwald says does not make any sense. They're stating that anything AARO does is involved in law enforcement investigation, which allows AARO to not release it. Greenwald says the DoD has denied the existence of a UAP and ATIP-related records on multiple occasions, only to acknowledge them after an appeal was filed. He added that the Naval Air Systems Command in March 2022 stated they found no additional UAP videos. It seems strange that they had 3, and only those 3, but other requests had been filed by the Black Vault, that's John Greenwald's group, to seek out more places UAPs might be hiding. Then, in September 2022, the Navy admitted that the UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but denied the request in full for their release, saying that the requested videos contain sensitive information that are classified and exempt from disclosure. The DoD will deny things on a Monday and then admit to it on a Friday, said Greenwald. He said the government can and does release videos that protect secret methods of capturing it. They fall back on the sensitive platform excuse a lot, he said. However, the on-screen information can be blurred and scrubbed. The metadata can be removed. I'll show you this example here. This is a presentation from the UATP task force. This is completely absurd. It's nuts, this level of censorship, of redaction on a document. It shows the redaction of how many reports they've collected, for how many years. 2 of the 3 potential explanations are blacked out. The Pentagon, the intelligence community is treating us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that we can handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Gold for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, Representative Moskowitz, and distinguished members of both subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify, and would like to begin by discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic, and courage in the face of adversity is what I see in front of me, beside me, and behind me. Per my introduction, I'm currently the Chief Growth Officer at Redwire Space and have had several leadership positions at NASA. That being said, I want to be clear that I'm speaking exclusively on my own behalf and not for Redwire, NASA, or any other organization. However, I am here today to speak out for science. Science requires data, which should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yet, whenever the topic of UAP arises, those who wish to explore the phenomena are often confronted with resistance and ridicule. For example, members of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team, particularly those in academia, were mocked and even threatened for simply having the temerity to engage in the study of UAP. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA research team elicits such a vitriolic response. Therefore, one of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma, and this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. The NASA brand is synonymous with hope, optimism, and credibility. If you were to take a walk down the National Mall, you would immediately see the NASA logo on t-shirts, hats, and bumper stickers. Few federal agencies enjoy this kind of popularity. I've never seen anyone wearing an Office of Personnel Management t-shirt, which is why NASA could play such an influential role. Specifically, NASA could, with relatively little cost and effort, host symposia on UAP, or even just participate in existing panels examining the topic. NASA personnel stepping forward and participating in such discussions would make a powerful statement to the scientific community that UAP should be taken seriously and researched accordingly. In regard to research, NASA has vast archives, much of which may contain important UAP data. Again, for relatively little cost and effort, NASA could create an AI or ML algorithm that could search the agency's archives for anomalous phenomena. I suspect that such an effort would not only result in information that will help us to understand UAP, but could result in data that will assist in other areas of scientific inquiry, such as anomalous weather or meteorite activity. Beyond its existing archives, NASA could act as a clearinghouse for civilian and commercial UAP data. During my work on the UAP Independent Study Team, it quickly became evident that there is no clear or well-publicized process for civilian pilots to report UAP sightings. The stigma associated with UAP hampers the number of pilots that would report such phenomena, but even for those who overcome the stigma, I believe the current FAA guidance is largely unknown and poorly understood. In order to effectively collect UAP data, the Independent Study Team recommended the use of NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS. This system, which is administered by NASA and funded by the FAA, provides a confidential means for the reporting of safety violations in a voluntary and non-punitive manner. Over 47 years, the ASRS has collected nearly 2 million reports. ASRS is the perfect tool to collect UAP data, which can then be collated by NASA and shared with the public at large. Leveraging ASRS could create a treasure trove of UAP data, potentially hundreds of thousands of reports, supporting this hearing's goal of exposing the truth. And I'm grateful to our two co-chairs and other members who have already incorporated this idea into proposed legislation. At this hearing, and as others have demonstrated, the UAP issue is justifiably dominated by national security and defense. However, I would urge the subcommittees to keep in mind the numerous ways that NASA and the FAA, as well as commercial activities in the air, in space, and in the water, can generate a massive amount of invaluable data on anomalous phenomena. I cannot help but be excited by the potential for such an endeavor, since scientific discovery is driven by anomalies. It's the existence and study of anomalies that led to the theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, and nearly all of humanity's scientific breakthroughs. This is why the study of UAPs should be embraced, since whatever is occurring, the chance to garner new knowledge should never be ignored. We must be thorough in collecting information, fearless in making conclusions, and open to following the data, no matter how mundane or extraordinary the results may be. I began this testimony by praising the Joint Subcommittee members for their courage, and I will end by echoing that sentiment. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I have a lot of questions and I have a lot of witnesses. So I would just ask, if it's yes or no, to please just tell me yes or no. If it requires more than that, be very succinct, because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible. So for the Admiral this morning first, former DoD official Chris Mellon reached out to you about satellite imagery from 2017 that depicts a UAP. What were the dates in 2017 when this occurred?
I can't share with you the details, ma'am, but I could do it in a closed setting, and I can also tell you the agency that wrote a report on it.
Okay, so who has the imagery?
I can tell you that in a closed setting.
Can you describe what was depicted in the satellite imagery? Just a description.
It was a UAP, ma'am.
That's it? No other description?
The term that the analysts use, they call it the button. It was a disc-shaped object.
Okay, where was it?
I can't tell you that, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Elizondo, you stated in your testimony that, quote, advanced technologies not by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe, end quote. If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
Well, ma'am, that's precisely why we're here. The problem is that, temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, to put this in perspective,
Are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
It may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force Technologies, I would not be able to discuss.
Okay. Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
We would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals. I submitted for my book through the adoption process, which took a year for it to be reviewed. And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
Does the U.S. government have any reverse, okay, we already answered that question about retrieval programs. Do any U.S. contractors have the same?
I would prefer to address it in a closed session, ma'am.
Okay. In your book, you mentioned government employees who've been injured by UAPs placed on leave and receiving government compensation for their injuries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How can the government deny we have recovered craft if they're paying people because they've been injured by recovered craft?
Ma'am, that's a great question. That's why I think we're here again, because I've seen the documentation by the U.S. government for several of these individuals who have sustained injuries as a result of a UAP incident.
It's a crazy idea, right? The hypocrisy and the logic. Okay, Mr. Schellenberger, I'm going to say it again to be very clear. Immaculate Constellation. What's its mission and how are they funded?
Its mission is to, as I stated, its mission is to, it's an unacknowledged special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs.
Okay, and do you, for your story and your report, do you have more than one credible source?
I do.
Sourcing, okay. And then why do you believe your sources to be credible? How do you judge the veracity of the documentation you've been provided about this program?
I checked the sources, and they are who they say they are. They are current or former government officials. I wanted to also add that I did not specify that they were Defense Department employees. I didn't specify the agency nor the gender.
Would they have included non-government employees, people that are employed by the government?
These are, I'm comfortable saying that these are government or previously government employees.
Any of them currently employed by a private contractor or private contractors?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. What's the key takeaway, just a few seconds, about the Immaculate Constellation document you provided us today?
I think that what the American people need to know is that the U.S. military and intelligence community are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information, still photos, video photos, other sensor information, and they have for a very long time. And it's not those fuzzy photos and videos that we've been given. There's very clear,
high
resolution.
How many visuals, graphics, videos, photos?
I mean, I've been told hundreds, maybe thousands. I mean, I also wanted to say, because there was some conversation around concern around the revealing of these materials, revealing the source collections, but some of these are shot from helicopters using normal videos of oceans. I just think that's absurd that somehow you're going to be revealing some secret U.S. technology by revealing that you've photographed orbs off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay, thank you. 8 seconds. Mr. Gold, did the NASA Independent Study Team get briefed on what you call OSAP? Very quickly.
I flagged the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program to our chair and our DFO. We did not get briefed, but I believe it is definitely worth looking into. That was probably the largest UAP review effort ever, and I think it produced a lot of interesting data, including revealing Nimitz. I don't know if my fellow witness Lou might want to, he did yeoman's work on it, might want to comment.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to Mr. Moskowitz, who will be recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, Mr. Gold, you gave a whole diatribe for a couple of minutes about UAPs, science, data collection, stigma. A lot of non-believers in all of this would just ask a very simple question. Why? Why is it so hard? Right? Like, why are people, anytime they ask, why are they always thwarted? Why are they always judged? Why is they always have misinformation spread? Why is there always retribution? Why is it always met with an ear? What's the why? If it doesn't exist, why is it such a problem?
I think if you go through the history of science, Representative, it is always difficult for breakthroughs in new information, regardless of whether it's UAP or any other kind of discovery. And in science, we're supposed to be open, but when you break with the orthodoxy of what's believed, whether it's Galileo saying that the Earth doesn't rotate, or the Earth rotates around the Sun, or the Sun doesn't rotate around the Earth, it's always challenging for new beliefs. And the more extraordinary those discoveries, the more extraordinary those new beliefs, it's very difficult. So I think this is natural. There's natural conservatism that when it comes to science, but this issue in particular has been very difficult, where again, even to attempt to study it becomes problematic. But every hearing like this, every news report, every video, documentaries, I was privileged to be part of something Dan Fair is putting together. I think many of us have interviewed for it, documentary over 30 different government officials. Every brick in the wall will help get us closer to getting to the truth.
I appreciate that. Mr. Elizondo, is that correct?
Sure.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so I want to put my hat on for a second. You said you signed a document. Love that. Who gave that to you?
The U.S. government, sir.
Okay, you have a copy of it?
It is stored in the SCIF right now. I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
Yes, sir.
So, that document that you signed, that you said exists, specifically said you can't talk about crash retrieval.
Correct, sir. It was a limitation on what because already I'd been speaking publicly about the topic, and so the document said you can continue saying X, Y, Z, but you cannot discuss the topic.
When you give me the atmosphere of signing this document. You're in a room by yourself.
I'm in a skiff with a security officer, sir.
Just one-on-one. Anybody else?
There may have been an assistant as well. It was in a skiff within a Department of Defense facility.
Give me your background real quick.
My background is I went to school to study microbiology and immunology, entered into the U.S. Army, and after a very short stint in military intelligence, I became a counterintelligence special agent. As a civilian, later on I became a special agent in charge, running investigations in counterterrorism and counterespionage primarily, with some experience in counterinsurgency and counter-narcotics. And then in 2009 timeframe, when I came back to the Pentagon after a tour with the Director of National Intelligence, I quickly became part of a program that was originally called OSAP that evolved into the program now called ATIP, which is where those videos that we now see, the Go Fast, the Gimbal, the FLIR, that was part of our effort, sir.
Right. So you're not some conspiracy theorist. You actually have a legitimate background.
Well, sir, I'm certainly not a conspiracy theorist. I'm fact-based, just a fact.
So when you're in this room, I want to paint the picture for everybody. You're in this room, you're by yourself, you're in a skiff, you're handed a document. How long is the document?
It's about a page front and back. So basically you have some things they call trigraphs, which I cannot, again, talk to.
How long were you given to sign the document?
As long as I needed, sir.
And what if you didn't sign?
Well, I suspect there'd be repercussions. I wouldn't have access to certain information.
Were you allowed to ask a lawyer, or weren't allowed to ask for a lawyer to review the document?
It was an option, but probably wouldn't have allowed me to, because the document itself is pretty explicit about it. You have to be, like, putting me in an interest. Let me try to thread a needle here. There are certain documents that we have in the U.S. government that allow people to have access to certain programs, whether it's a special, and I'm going to be very generic here, whether it's a special access program or controlled access program, SAP, CAP, whatnot.
How many people have to sign that document?
It depends how many people are going to get access to the information, sir.
Okay. Last question, Doctor, real quick, can you tell us about the Omaha incident in greater detail? I've read your background, right? Some people would label you as a member of the deep state, since you worked in government for a long period of time. But can you tell us more about that incident? You've written a lot about that.
I wrote a lot about incidents like it, Congressman, but that specific incident involved the USS Omaha, the littoral combat ship of the U.S. Navy operating off Southern California. I don't remember the exact date. It was within the last decade. And what the watchstanders on the bridge observed was a UAP, again, something that was aloft but had no observable exhaust or control surfaces. So it was something that couldn't be explained. And then they saw it enter the water from the atmosphere and going through the air-sea interface. And so thus exhibiting transmedium travel.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes of questioning.
Yeah, we'll start with Mr. Gallaudet. During a previous UAP hearing, Navy Commander David Fravor discussed the TikTok object engaged in 2004. Are you familiar with the incident? The TikTok incident.
Yes, sir.
TikTok.
That's
not
almost
TikTok.
20 years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been said there are more videos, documents, and reports related to this incident. Do you believe the information regarding the TikTok incident should be available to all members of Congress? In your expertise, what reason would the Department of Defense possibly have for not releasing information that's over 20 years old?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't think there's any good reason to withhold information and important data, especially of national security concern from Congress.
Well, what would they say?
I will speculate, sir, that they don't want to share that kind of information because it reveals weaknesses in our ability to monitor and protect our airspace.
Okay. In your written testimony, you claim last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is, well, it's not only being withheld, but that elements of the government are engaging in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Could you elaborate on that statement a little?
Yes, sir. Earlier this year, I met with the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and what I thought would be a 90-minute meeting just to meet with leadership turned out to be an hours-long influence operation on me, where I was They attempted to convince me of the validity of the very flawed and error-ridden historical records report. In addition, they tried to have me question very valid UAP reports like the Tic Tac incident, and even coming to stating possibly that the Tic Tac was American technology. And then, of course, if you ask David Fravor or Alex Dietrich, the two witnesses, they were convinced it was otherwise. And then, and they also cast discredit on various UAP whistleblowers and witnesses to question their validity and credibility as witnesses.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Elizondo. We got that right or not? At least
Close enough, sir.
You're familiar with the recent drone incursion over Langley Air Force Base?
Yes, sir.
The owners of these drones remain unclear. The U.S. military has not been able to give us in Congress an answer. Given your experience with the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, how frequently are UAP sightings over military installations? And secondly, I suppose hypothetically, you could have incursions over just, say, regular airports. Is it obvious these incursions are more likely over military facilities than just a random airport out there?
Yes, sir. There's definitely enough data to suggest that there is certainly some sort of relationship between sensitive U.S. military installations, also some of our nuclear equities, and also some of our Department of Energy sites. There is a long historical record that some of your colleagues may have, documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades, and that information's been obfuscated, unfortunately, from folks like you in this committee. And I think that's problematic because ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a significant situation here. We have something that can enter into U.S. airspace completely with no attribution.
And how long has this been going on?
Sir, decades, and there's information that will hopefully be entered into.
Can you think of any possible reason why they can't release any information they have on something, say, 15 or 20 years old?
Sir, if I could echo my colleague here, Admiral Gallaudet, I think one of the big issues that we have in the intelligence community, Department of Defense, is we don't want to broadcast any potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our national defense systems or our intelligence collection platforms. Therefore, when you have a conversation where you address a problem for which there is no solution, it makes that a very uncomfortable conversation to have.
Okay, we'll switch to Mr. Schellenberger. The primary reason you're here today is because you published an article on the news publication that you own called Public, right? Alleging that new unnamed government whistleblowers come forward asserting that a highly classified program exists dedicated to recovery and reverse engineering of UAP technologies. Can you give us what specific evidence you have, or that your source provided you to substantiate the claims about the existence of the Immaculate Constellation program?
Well, you have the report in front of you now, so you can see it for yourself. I checked the report and I did not find it based on existing cases. It was new cases for me. I hadn't found anybody, so that answered for me that it was not obviously circular reporting, which is one of the big concerns in this space. I also had the name of the program confirmed by more than one additional source. So yeah, and then of course I checked to make sure that the source was who they claimed to be.
Okay.
I should also say that when I said before it was this database, it is a much broader program. That also includes human intelligence, and then as you mentioned, the retrieval and the...
Any knowledge of what country these things originated in?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay, I will now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes of questions.
Thanks, Chair Lady. Our question is consent to enter into the record documents provided to us regarding legacy UAP programs and psychological operations through Elizondo.
So ordered.
Also want to thank Buddy Jeremy Corbell for having those documents and access to some whistleblowers. Mr. Elizondo, what is your last position with the federal government?
Sir, I was the Director of National Programs Special Management Staff, managing a White House Special Access Program on behalf of the National Security Council.
How would you characterize UAPs?
An enigma, sir, and a frustration. We're talking about technologies that can outperform anything we have in our inventory. And if this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude.
Are there classified Department of Defense materials related to UAPs that you believe could be safely disclosed to the public without compromising national security?
Yes, sir, I do. I would never, ever try to endorse providing some sort of information that could compromise what we call a Blue Force technology or capability. But I do believe there's a lot of information regarding this topic, and I've been very vocal about it, that should be shared not only with the public, but most importantly, with members of Congress.
Are you familiar with my friend David Grush?
Absolutely, sir. I had the privilege and honor of working with him myself several years ago at U.S. Space Force.
Last year, as you know, he testified that the U.S. has run a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Are there UAP programs operating without proper congressional oversight?
100%.
What are they?
Unfortunately, sir, I would have to have that conversation in a closed session.
I know you said that, and a lot of people are frustrated with those kind of answers, but we're asking those kind of questions so you all know what the heck we're up against. You also mentioned in your opening statement that the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office employs a psychological operations officer as a singular point of contact for UAP-related inquiries. Why the heck would they do that?
Sure, that's a great question. I would ask the Pentagon. There's a long history here of that individual providing misleading and false information to the public through various news outlets and media outlets in order to discredit this topic. I have personally been victim to it. We have the documentation to substantiate where this information has been absolutely inaccurate, that has been provided time and time again, and it turns out that that individual was also working with former leadership of Aero at the time as well.
And we punish them by giving them multi-million dollars more than they ask for every year. Admiral Gallaudet, you mentioned in your opening statement on an email you received from the operations officer of the Fleet Forces Command regarding unknown objects almost colliding with U.S. military planes. Did anyone respond with knowledge of what the objects were?
I received no response, sir.
Did the exercise get canceled?
The exercise did not get canceled.
Why do you think the commander of Fleet Forces operations officer never discussed the incident again?
Sir, I'm speculating because I didn't have an exchange with him, but I believed it to be part of a special access program, the information and the video, which we have known now it was, and he realized he couldn't share that openly with the recipients of the email, and therefore the email was pulled from everybody's account.
Again, tell us what happened to the email from the commander of Fleet Forces.
The day after I received it, and all the other recipients received it, which were all the subordinate commanders of U.S. Fleet Forces, so 1- and 2-star admirals, including strike group commanders, the email was wiped or deleted from our accounts.
Okay.
And then no one talked about it.
All right. Have you specifically had any experience with submersible objects?
Sir, I've not no personal experience, but I've had witnesses on submarines come to me and say they've seen on sonar data.
Correct. Okay. How would you characterize those, and how do they move?
The one instance that was revealed to me was in the 80s on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine, that the object exhibited the characteristics of a Russian torpedo in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of, and technology-wise, could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was on the order
Underwater.
of torpedoes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But as it exited,
I don't exactly know how fast a torpedo is, but I expect it does better than my old outboard Scott Atwater, so I'll take that as a yes. Okay. Have you experienced any experience with the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW?
Yes, Congressman, as I mentioned previously, I have met with them.
Okay. You heard Mr. Elizondo describe psychological operations for those contacting the Department of Defense about UAPs. You mentioned a similar influence operation by ARROW. Why are federal agencies invested in running information operations about UAPs if they do not exist?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I'll make a statement on ARROW's behalf. They have new leadership. The office has reached out to me to meet again, and I take that as a good faith effort, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like to recognize Mr. Higgins. You're the king of Tennessee. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Schellenberger notes in the report that we've been given for this hearing. I believe Mr. Schellenberger, let me shift you, the author of this report.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not the author of.
Mr. Schellenberger, were you the author of this report?
No, I was
There's
not.
name on it.
No,
Do you know the author?
I do.
You do, and how would you estimate that madam or gentleman, the author?
The person is a current or former U.S. government employee.
And it states here that this is the public version of the author's report.
Yes.
So where might one find the non-public version of the author's report?
I don't know the answer to that.
Would that be with the Department of Defense?
I don't know.
But you do know the author.
I do.
Do you know what the author's sources were?
The author's sources are described in the report. These databases, the Immaculate Constellation.
But you expressed some confidence in the sources.
I would.
Earlier in
I do.
testimony, you expressed confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources and I think they're
But you're not naming them. It's a big department, but many of us on my side of the aisle would say it's far too big. So you're talking about the Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
I'm not willing to reduce the
Okay.
potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay, moving on. In this report, Mr. Elizondo, for reference, several types of allegedly alien craft or possibly alien craft or unknown aerial phenomena, what we used to call UFOs, are described. Spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you the types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of
Okay,
UAP.
so those descriptions, and very different craft, is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible that it's also could be in sense a matter of utility. And let me just state for the record, I never read the report that or the article that Mr. Schellenberger put out. The reason
That's a good point. We're just referencing it.
Yes, sir.
For descriptive purposes for the American people. Mr. Schellenberger, in this report, it's striking to me that regarding the descriptions of experiences with these various craft, several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft include some descriptions of biological effects, including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness with the triangle craft, and under the irregular and organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold and unexplained smells, psychological distress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from a study here, a report. All of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used.
I'm not sure I understand.
This is a very broad description of biological effects, and it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
My understanding is that this is, the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images, as well as the human intelligence, the reports, the raw data from individuals having these experiences. So in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this program, that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense, but held at the White House.
Roger.
But that's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you. I was partially successful, Madam Chair. I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and used at departments such as NASA. During a hearing, NASA Administrator Nelson affirmed the importance of NASA in helping us to understand UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs on UAP because, say, someone who saw something is concerned about stigma, public backlash, etc., or maybe there's just not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And let me compliment Administrator Nelson that there wouldn't have been a UAP independent study team if it wasn't for his leadership and courage. We're talking about data and where we can get data from. As I described, NASA has whole archives of data, much of which I believe will likely have information that will help inform UAP. We need only look. And again, in an era with AI and ML, we can relatively quickly and easily go through it. So I think it's something that we should encourage NASA to do. However, per Chairman Grothman's comment about UAP focusing on national security sites, I believe there's something, sir, that you may have heard of called sensor bias. That because we've got more cameras, more monitoring of national security, we don't know how extensive UAP activity may be over civilian areas. And this is to the second part of your question, but we're not collecting the data. We're not collecting sufficient data from pilots. We're not collecting sufficient data from civilian and commercial activities. And this is, again, where ASRS, I think, can substantially change that, get the data out there, and allow us to do good science.
Thank you. I mean, on the data, I'm a really big proponent of transparency. But obviously there's always a little bit of balance that we have to have in government on transparency as well. I mean, last year, NASA appointed a director of UAP research in response to the recommendation by the independent study team. In the final report, there's a quote, "Despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent, detailed, and curated observations means we do not presently have the body of data needed to make definite and scientific conclusions about UAP." Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency?
So I can say, having served at NASA, it is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we would have conversations with executive leadership, things would leak out almost instantly. So I can assure you, intentionally or not, NASA's very transparent. I don't know if many of you worked with engineers or scientists, they love to talk. So I believe that NASA is a paradigm of transparency, but we must have the ability and the data to be able to be transparent with. And if we're not gathering that, if we're not looking at it, then we can't bring NASA into the game and get to that good science that you need.
You know, it was about a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. We went by a certain hangar and they said, yeah, that's, a company leases that out. We don't really know what's going on in there. We have no way of knowing what's going on in there. And there's a few of those, in fact, while we were driving around this facility. To what extent do you think that some of the UAP out there comes from off the books or unauthorized experimental aircraft?
I mean, I think probably the vast majority of UAP are drones, experimental aircraft, weather conditions, which is again why I say if we review the data, I think we're going to discover a lot about things we weren't even thinking about. But there is a percentage that isn't. And looking into those anomalies is how discoveries will be made. And relative to science, Congressman, if I can say, when NASA studies black holes, when NASA studies galaxies, we have instruments that are tailored to do so. With UAP, were using cockpit gun cameras or cell phones. We could never do good science with that. And let me tell you, the NASA budget is under pressure. We need to make sure that the Artemis program is funded fully. We need to beat China to the moon and maintain our presence in low Earth orbit. So NASA would need more money to do this, but I think tailored instruments that would look at UAP in the same way that we've tailored instruments to look at astronomical data is important to gathering valuable and
Yeah,
useful
but if you
information.
don't know what a
If we were
UAP is,
studying
how do you
black
make an
holes
instrument tailored
by
towards
using
the
fighter cockpit cameras, we probably wouldn't know that much about black holes.
100%. Well, I think it's important that federal leaders take the necessary steps to ensure that UAP does not pose threats to the American public as well, and that we have the necessary budgets to collect this data so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm fully supportive of funding the Artemis mission. I think it's very important. Also, a personal note, the pilot is a frat brother of mine. He is a member of the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and so I would love to see my fraternity make it to the moon.
But Redwire is building the cameras for Artemis, so we will take some pictures of your frat brother and get them.
There we go. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Luna for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Elizondo, to your knowledge, can you name the country and around time frame that the first back engineered UAP program started?
Ma'am, unfortunately, I would not be able to have that conversation in public.
Can anyone on the panel name that? None of you? Okay. This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At what magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer who observed it on sonar data. And this was in the 80s in the North Atlantic during storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots that currently exist off our shores in North America?
And not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit points. Have you heard of any of that?
I have not, ma'am, but my colleague here, Mr. Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he has observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to, I came across an email where the word "stalked" was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Gresh, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the observables of the program that I belong to, ATIP, the human body can withstand about 9 G-forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is one of this older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
So would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record is something alive or not, because even that definition is there was a time in science we thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen. And so also say with photosynthesis. When I was in college, I was told everything is derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things automatically disappear? Anyone, this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy when I was at ATIP. I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and not less on the potential occupants.
Okay, the reason I ask is because it seems like just based on our conversations that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay, thank you guys for your time.
All right, thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize for stepping out, and my governor is here upstairs, so I'm trying to get in between meetings, so I apologize for that. I wanted to start by just asking everyone on the panel or witnesses, and I had a chance to read all the testimony before, but just to set the agenda, just if we can go down real briefly, do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government, any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I also want to just go down the line. I know many of you have already said this, but just for the record again, just briefly, what do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comment, sir.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out. Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers, gentlemen. I think this is obviously another remarkable hearing with just really important information, so I thank all of you for answering the questions. Admiral, I just want to go back to one thing. Now, last year our subcommittee heard from 2 retired Navy pilots, Lieutenant Ryan Grave and Commander David Fravor, regarding UAPs. Actually, I think Ryan is here in the audience and been a great person to get to know and to have conversations with. He, of course, has been involved in the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Chairman Graves, with Chairwoman Mace for UAP reporting by civilian aviation personnel. Can you discuss briefly why it's important for civilian pilots to be able to report UAPs and why these legal protections are critical for our national security?
Yes, Congressman, thank you. And I did invite Ryan Graves as my guest, as I'm on his advisory board for the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and the legislation that you supported and introduced, I fully support as well. And I think it's important that more civilian pilots, commercial pilots, report so we can better understand and learn and do research on UAP, as well as remove the stigma so more citizens report on what they observe. And also, it will only contribute to aviation safety when we have a better understanding of where these UAP are, how they operate, and at what frequency and what capability level. So it's important for aviation safety, and it'll be important for moving science and research forward.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to reiterate to my colleagues, I mean, this is a very bipartisan piece of legislation, and we just got to continue to get this through the Congress, and it's incredibly important that civilian pilots have the opportunity to safely report the UAPs that they are seeing or encountering in the air. And I can't express how critical this piece of what I believe is a larger collection of evidence and facts actually happened. We've been approached by pilots. I've talked to folks that have been engaged with our office and others, and there is still enormous stigma. And essentially, we don't have a system where folks are feeling free to be able to report what they're seeing. So I just want to reiterate that that advocacy. Mr. Gold, in your testimony, you discussed NASA's aviation safety reporting system, a confidential, non-punitive reporting mechanism. In the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, we explicitly allow for civilian reporting, of course, of UAPs. Can you explain why the NASA task force recommended the use of the aviation safety reporting system?
The aviation safety reporting system is an existing system that is trusted
that has taken hundreds of thousands, now millions of cases. And again, recognizing budgetary constraints, this seemed like the perfect way to be able to gain more data. And when it comes to the stigma, sir, it's something that pilots are used to reporting on, that crew is used to reporting on. So it's a great way to get data to overcome the stigma without spending really that much more additional money since the system exists. Thank you so much for your support of that. Thank you for what Ryan Graves does. This is a common sense means to expose the truth of UAP for the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you. And I just want to also add that earlier this year, as part of the House Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, I filed an amendment to include the UAP Disclosure Act, which would create a UAP Records Review Board and exercise of eminent domain over UAP-related material, modeled actually on the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act, which is widely known. Now, the amendment was blocked, but thankfully the Senate included the amendment by Senator Rounds and Schumer for the UAP Disclosure Act. So I just again want to say that we should be pushing and ensuring the UAP Disclosure Act, which is bipartisan in its support, should move forward. And if I can just briefly, particularly Admiral, can you just briefly, as I close my time, explain why the UAP Disclosure Act would be critical for us and our national security?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I believe the UAP Disclosure Act is important for national security, as well as advancing potential socioeconomic benefits resulting from UAP research, as well as public safety, as we referred to previously regarding aviation. And this act will allow for greater transparency and open research, and that's why I'm also a member of the UAP Disclosure Fund as an advisor, as in the Soul Foundation, as an advisor, senior strategic advisor, which is advocating for the same.
Thank you very much. I go back.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this committee. Thank you to the witnesses. Admiral, the video that is called the Go Fast video, the email that you've talked about being deleted, I just want to briefly cover this. You said that the email, the author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of the classified technology demonstrations that could explain the objects that were observed. And then you said the email disappears, and you guys have a series of meetings. The commander of fleet forces and his operations officer never discussed the incident again. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
And even during weekly meetings, it was never discussed again. My question for you is, you were in those meetings. Did you personally hear that nothing was going on about that?
Yes, sir. I was in those meetings, and
did you make inquiries about that?
No, I did not, sir, because I inferred, since I had been read into other special access programs, that this UAP video was part of one that I was not read into, or any of the recipients, or the author of the email, and that an intelligence agency basically pulled it back and instructed the author of the email, hey, this is, you just conducted what they call spillage into a lower classification level, and when that's done, the procedures are basically to remove any of the communication.
You're going to silo it. So, and you, Mr. Elizondo, you said in your report and your testimony today, a government work on the UAP subject still remains classified. Excessive secrecies led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public. All to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right, and all of you, and Mr. Schellenberger, by the way, I've read several of your books, Mr. Schellenberger, excellent stuff. What I would say too is, you were asked about the veracity of the author of this report. You comfortable with veracity?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Gold. We'll talk about Kunian and Lakatoshian scientific advancement and how we're obviating that through these processes. But we'll get to that in a sec. Because what I want to really get to is the ultimate question. It really becomes this: for what purpose is the federal government overclassifying? Because that's what they're doing. They're overclassifying and forbidding the public from getting access to this. And if you know, if you have an explanation, I'm curious, because I know what I've been told. I just want to know from your perspective, why do they overclassify? Mr. Elizondo, you look like you're finger on the button, ready to go.
Yes, sir. Forgive me. I think there's several reasons. I think at the time when this reality became evident to the U.S. government, We were in the middle of the Cold War with then Soviet Union, and we did not want to tip our hands to what our knowledge base was on this topic. We did not want to broadcast that to.
The Cold War's long over.
It is, sir. It is, sir. There's also then the philosophical argument that the Department of Defense and the intelligence community is solution oriented. And when you don't have answers, it's a really tough spot to be in.
It's easier to be quiet, suppressed than if you don't have the answer.
Indeed, sir. In fact, there's a very real example when we built the U-2 spy plane and flew it over then Russia, and we're taking reconnaissance. And when we first started flying the aircraft, it flew so high and so fast we thought they weren't tracking us. In reality, they were tracking every flight. It wasn't until the Russians could develop the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shoot them down.
I would suggest to you also, along with Lakatos and Kuhn, you also have a problem with Kenneth Arrow's path dependence or increasing returns. That's one reason why they won't disclose it. It's too painful to admit. But I just want to read a couple things from Mr. Schellenberger's, what he gave to us today, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I just want to convey this to you. On USG networks, there exists infrared footage of and imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and massive collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more, and I'm doing this because I think it's interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left. Well, she's not looking. So let's just get into let's get into part of this.
I thought I would be saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kuhnian, Lakatoshian type of scientific development. And the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr.
We're over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science, but all breakthroughs have been heretical at first, and that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. I've been generous. All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Aerospace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked, I can only surmise. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contract personnel where they had told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete, and that never occurred. And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in possession?
Sir, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation in an open hearing. We'd probably have to have that.
Okay, my question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics, that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins?
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeeper still in the U.S. government.
And who would we, so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? Where, a lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established Aero for that very purpose, and unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there was biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts, looking at the physical aspects of these phenomena, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
Was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes, yes.
Is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
And was this part of the Lockheed Martin discussion, or was this the biologics is a completely separate?
Separate yet related.
Okay. Has anyone made contact?
Sir, I'm sorry, could you specify?
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. And the problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble 2 F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace. And they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
Is the United States government or our contractors, are they pulling technology from this? They're reverse engineering this?
Sir, as I previously stated, please forgive me, I am not authorized to discuss specifics about crash retrievals. I signed documentation with the U.S. government. What I can say was, after a very thorough review process by the Pentagon, what I wrote about, and that was my limit, unfortunately, that it was given.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, you just said something interesting. You said they don't seem to be hiding. They don't seem to be hiding. The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly brash, if you will, and we've been hearing about these for years, but they've generally been isolated and not as consistent and over critical military installations. Would you say that's fair?
Mizo, hey, we appreciate it. Yeah, the underpainting, getting it done. So next time we're going to block in her blue jeans, which should be fairly easy. We'll block in her jeans. And then the last thing is to block in the cup. and the stack of books and the book she's holding. And then after that, we'll set it to the side and we'll do another underpainting. So hopefully, between today and tomorrow, I want to get this all blocked in. Maybe. That book might be a whole session by itself. But as soon as we get this blocked in, we're gonna do another underpainting, and then we'll start cycling through detail layers. So I'll have 3 pieces that already have underpaintings on it. And like I said, still may have a few models on the line. Not sure. People are so slow to get back to me. And you know, hey, it is what it is. Everybody's not super enthusiastic and super excited about, oh, let me go model for this painter guy, you know? And I get that. I wish everybody was like super excited. Like, oh my God, Mr. Prince really asked me to model for him. I have to take a day off of work and rearrange my whole schedule because I don't want to miss this photo shoot. But people don't actually think that way. So, yeah, you can't blame them though. Can't blame them. But I will take a little break. I think I'm gonna just go ahead and, oh, fuck. I need to stretch a little bit. I need to stand my ass up. I would go ahead and run to the grocery store and get that shit out the way. I'm trying to think what else I gotta do. Well, I can swap out laundry and put that one load in the dryer, put another load in the wash, and have that cycling while I run errands. I don't really have shit else planned for today. You know, I don't got no plans. I ain't made no plans for this whole vacation week that I was off. This was my plan, is to paint as much as I can and play as much video games as possible. Mission accomplished. Consistency is key. When you ain't motivated, just show a little consistency. Just keep doing it anyway. Hey, it's 11 o'clock. I gotta do my Spanish lesson for today. Alright. Oh, let me clean my brushes. Don't leave the brushes dirty. Shit. Don't leave the brushes dirty. Alright, we got that. Turn that heater off. Turn this top light off. Turn the. Let me scoot this painting back too before I bump into this motherfucker. You know? Pretty good progress, pretty good progress, pretty good progress, pretty good progress. Looking good, looking good, looking good, looking good. Alright guys, it's still early in the day, you know, there's always that chance I might do 2 art streams. Or a video game stream. Or a music stream. You know. Since I don't do much, I just stream all the time. Is that everything? Yeah. Alright. Once again, always appreciate you guys' company. And chilling with me in the studio, helping to moderate the stream and keep me encouraged and motivated. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and we will get with you next time. Peace.